It's time for your final round of the Motorsport Ireland Tillotson Karting Championship. And we have our final day of racing here in Kiltorcan. Welcome to County Kilkenny, folks. It is going to be a fabulous, fabulous day. We get our action underway immediately with our racing, and it is our T4 Bambinos who are coming to the dummy grid now. T4 Bambinos, of course, with a standing start rather than the rolling. But just to paint the picture today, we have all but I think 2 championships to decide in both Tillotson and IAME classes, and it is going to be a good one. This, though, is probably our closest championship, and it is 2 points that separate Robbie Lyons and Danny Clancy. That's after drop rounds. There's one before, so either way it's a winner takes all scenario for Robbie Lyons and Danny Clancy. Robbie Lyons 2 wins in finals this year, Danny Clancy with just the 1, but both Emerson Hannon and Dara Fitzgibbon have taken wins as well, and Dara Fitzgibbon plans on being the spanner in the works once again. He's taken pole position in qualifying this morning. The novice is on pole, and it's Danny Clancy, championship leader, on the front row. Robbie Lyons starts 3rd alongside Ollie Keneally, then Emerson Hannon in 5th ahead of Frankie Hamilton and Lauren Hamilton in 6th and 7th. So 7 Bambinos racing here today. There's Dara Fitzgibbon, red race suit, closest to the camera, who's on the pole, and that is the series leader. In 2nd position, Danny Clancy, just on the opposite side of the tram line. Standing start for Bambinos. Every other class will be a rolling start. The slippery surface on the main straight is going to actually make this quite difficult for the Bambinos, so a test of skill will be needed. Sorry, apologies, it is Fitzgibbon who is on the opposite side. Danny Clancy closest to us. And now green flag waves, brilliant start by 4th place. That is Ollie Keneally, who's off the line well, and let battle commence for the T4 Bambinos in towards the first corner. Great start for Ollie Keneally. Good start for Danny Clancy as well, who's looking to challenge early on into the triple right-hander. One of the best overtaking opportunities on the circuit. That's this right-hand hairpin. We'll see a couple of lunges from the senior karts in through there. There's 2 or 3 big overtaking opportunities in the first sector, and then you just have to hang through in the second. With a yellow flag waving. 2 gone off the back, but have rejoined and are still in contention in the T4 Bambinos. Robbie Lyons very busy these days. Your championship leader racing a Rotax now as well. Made his debut last weekend in Athboy in the Micro Max, so slightly quicker karts is Robbie Lyons racing now. And there goes Danny Clancy diving down the inside. Danny Clancy in the race lead, gets past poleman Dara Fitzgibbon, and Emerson Hannon is looking for 2nd position now as well. Heading through the final corner onto one of the longest straights on the Irish karting calendar. That is the main straight here at Kiltorcan. Get your full classification as they come across the line. Danny Clancy in the race lead, Dara Fitzgibbon in 2nd, then it is Robbie Lyons in 3rd, and all wide for Danny Clancy, and that's going to allow Dara Fitzgibbon to fight back and take the race lead on his novice plates. Into the race lead goes Fitzgibbon. Lovely little move to capitalise on the mistake for Danny Clancy. And Danny, Clancy round, and that is 2nd place, or that's 3rd place round as well. I think that's both our championship contenders, Danny Clancy and Robbie Lyons, who have both had some spins. And by the looks of things, Fitzgibbon's gone round as well, so it is Emerson Hannon who's in the race lead, or Ollie Keneally, I should say, in the race lead. A couple struggling to re-get going, but it is very slippy. Frankie Hamilton having a bit of a spin at the back. So 3 minutes and 30 seconds plus a lap in this one for the T4 Bambinos. Our starter class of the day, our stars of the future. in Tillotson Racing, and let's have a look at your running order as they come across the line. It is actually Robbie Lyons who's in the race lead, not Ollie Keneally. Second place is Keneally, so we lost that somewhere around the lap. Danny Clancy then in third, then it's Darragh Fitzgibbon in fourth. Emerson Hannon has had a moment somewhere along the lap. And they're just coming through the final couple of corners now. Here is race leader Robbie Lyons, championship leader as well. His goal is to win the 2 heats, I'd say, so he doesn't have to win the final. A second would be good enough. He stood on the podium every round, has Robbie Lyons. 2 first places, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. Won here in Kiltorcan back in round number 3, or sorry, didn't win here in Kiltorcan in round number 3, got second here in Kiltorcan in round number 3. The win in Kiltorcan last time out was Rian Spratt who took the win, so Rian with a good performance. Another driver racing multiple types of karts and classes this year. But not out this weekend is Rian Spratt. Of course, Father Sean has had a successful year in Irish karting as well, getting back out racing in the IGP, racing in RMC as well. And winning the IGP plates, of course, about a month or so ago. Here's your race leader, Robbie Lyons. 2 more laps to go. The Lyons family heavily involved in motorsport and Irish karting. Robbie wants to take after brother Corey in showing the world what he can do. Corey has had a great year. Corey racing for DMS. Robbie not in a team just yet, but I imagine the DMS scouting team is watching and waiting. 40 seconds plus 1 lap to go for Robbie Lyons. Leading by 7.4 seconds here in the T4 Bambinos. After our Bambinos, we'll move on to our T4 Minis in keeping with Tillotson Racing. But don't forget, we do have our Miami classes on show here today with titles to be decided in the junior and senior categories. There's a little spin round for one of our novice plate runners. That is Danny Clancy, who has had a spin, so second championship for Clancy. Heat 1's gone very well for Robbie Lyons. If he leads by 5 or more points heading into the final, he will only need a second place to wrap it up. Sorry, if he leads by 6 or more, he'll only need a second place to wrap it up in the final. So that's where I imagine Robbie Lyons is going to try get to. So he is hoping that Fitzgibbon and Keneally provide the goods. That's your 114, Lauren Hamilton, currently rounding in 6th place. Another novice racer is Lauren, first year in the Bambinos. I imagine she will take another stab at it next year. Certainly not the easiest conditions for these young racers here today in Kiltorcan. And you can just see Lauren struggling with a bit of a spin. But yeah, definitely not the easiest conditions. It has been raining for quite a long time this morning. It's still raining as far as I know. The peak of weather checking systems here at Kiltorcan. It's the hand out the window. So checker flag is out, and it will be the race win for Robbie Lyons. We given the checker flag to the wrong person. No, there's Robbie Lyons. So it was to the wrong person. Robbie Lyons takes the win. Ollie Keneally in second, then Dara Fitzgibbon in third. Danny Clancy is going to come home in fourth. That is a big swing in the championship here in the Bambinos. Robbie Lyons picking up some very important points there in heat number 1. 2 heats for these Bambinos, plus your qualifying. Here's Fitzgibbon, who comes home in third. Here is Danny Clancy in fourth. Emerson Hannon will come home in fifth, then Lauren Hamilton and Frankie Hamilton in 6th and 7th. So that is that for your T4 Bambinos. T4 Minis coming up next, and as well a championship fight, not as close, but a championship fight nonetheless, and it will be Jack Fingleton who will start on pole. Great qualifying this morning. Tillotson T4 Minis now out on circuit, getting ready for their first heat. And the championship in this one, not as close as the Bambinos, but still open. But it is Dermot Claridge who is in the lead of it with 556 points. That is about 468 with drop rounds, and then Harley Bruton 444 with drops. So he would need to outscore Claridge by 25 points today if he'd look to take the championship, which is a very difficult feat given Dermot Claridge has won 4 rounds this year. 4 final wins for Claridge. Did 3 on the spin at the start in rounds 1, 2 and 3, and then 1 again in White River a couple of weeks ago. But Jack Fingleton on pole, Harley Brereton in second, James Stafford Jr. in third, Billy Green in fourth, and Max Cooling in fifth. Jack Craig starts in sixth, and it is Jay Murphy, Colin McMahon, Varant Kumar, Oisin O'Sullivan. Claridge starting in 11th, so championship leader down the back, and Stephen Doyle in 12th. So keep an eye on Dermot Claridge from the back row. He'll be on the inside of the last row as we head towards the tram lines, and we're going to get ready to go for the first heat of the T4 Minis. A death stare from Fingleton over to Harley Brereton as the battle commence here for the T4 Minis. Good start Fingleton, Brereton looking for it immediately. Dermot Claridge already up a spot from the back row, and Harley Brereton looking to just try tuck in, trying to send it the long way around the outside of Dermot, or not Dermot Claridge, apologies, of Jack Fingleton. But Fingleton still in a race lead. Brereton now back up to second place. Was briefly taken by James Stafford Jr. They have sorted themselves out. Jack Fingleton, one weird win this year in White River, round number 4. All the way back in June, which feels so long ago in the Irish karting calendar now, but an impressive win that day for Jack Fingleton nonetheless in the final. He's leading heat number 1 here, Harley Brereton in second. Three stragglers behind. We'll get names on those as they come towards the start-finish line, but still your race leader is Jack Fingleton. Second place, Harley Brereton. Max Cooling finds himself up to third now, but under pressure from Billy Green, and Billy Green is trying to switchback manoeuvre on Max Cooling. Through the triple right-handers, not quite close enough. James Stafford down to 5th. Then it is Colin McMahon, Jay Murphy, Stephen Doyle, an unfortunate start for Jack Craig, who's down 3 to 9th, and it is Oisin O'Sullivan, Grant Kumar, and series leader Dermot Claridge is down the back, and that is very close between Billy Green and James Stafford, and Stafford just getting in front of Billy Green now, so work to do for Billy Green. There's Dermot Claridge actually not out on the track, that's why he's down the back. He's not ticked a lap over, so he's sitting out of the heats here. And he'll just go for the final. We're going to get a lot of championship tactics today, and that is one of them. They're going to get a lot more technical the higher the classes we get. Cross that point when we come to it. Jack Fingleton still in the race lead. A black and white flag shown to Max Cooling, who's down to 5th position. So your order is Fingleton, Brereton, Green, Stafford, Cooling, Murphy, McMahon, Doyle, Craig, O'Sullivan, Kumar, and then of course a non-start for Dermot Claridge. Every driver gets dropped rounds, so if you had a poor round or you missed a round, you will get one taken off your score. That's why Dermot Claridge just sitting out for this one. He's just waiting to see how Harley Brereton runs. If Brereton is not doing anything special, he might make the trip out on track, but if Brereton is racing really well, he'll be forced to. As race leader. Or no, sorry, that is Brereton. Just as we're speaking of Harley Brereton, he's gone round at turn number 1. You could hear the skids as he broke for the first corner and unfortunately lost it round. That is Harley Brereton behind Billy Green now. Mostly got away with it, I think, did Harley. Yet there's Billy Green in second position. Harley Brereton down to 3rd, both running yellow helmets. Current order with 2 minutes and 50 seconds plus 1 lap is Fingleton, Brereton, Green, Stafford, Cooling, McMahon, Murphy, Doyle, Craig, O'Sullivan, Kumar, and then a non-start for Dermot Claridge, but he's on the bottom of your timing beam, or your timing tower I should say. They're coming past the timing beam now. And Billy Green defends from Harley Brereton. Another black and white flag shown to Max Cooling, who's trying to get past James Stafford in the battle for 4th. Here's Harley Brereton still looking for the move on Billy Green. Harley Brereton racing for PBR, Robert Langan, County Kildare. Another driver who is racing in a lot of different karts and classes, and now down the inside of Billy Green goes Harley Brereton, but Green played that very clever indeed and is just using that outside line to his advantage, finding the grip on a very damp Kiltorcan raceway. There is Brereton, capitalises on the mistake for Billy Green. Harley Brereton is up to second position here in the T4 Minis in what needs to be a big day for his championship hopes. He wants to defeat Dermot Claridge Jr. and crown himself T4 Mini champion. A long way to go for Brereton, but going about it the right way. Harley, who was the winner in at Boy in round number 5, and then was second last time out in White River, but crucially that one was won by Claridge, where Brereton ideally needed to beat him. Nevertheless, giving it all here. Jack Fingleton out in front though is definitely your favourite for today. Brereton's last lap, 1 minute 4.8. Fingleton's 1 minute 3.9. And Billy Green has gone back down the inside of Harley Brereton, but Harley Brereton sells him a dream and goes down the inside once again with a beautiful switchback manoeuvre, and Harley Brereton is back in front of Green. And here is Green once again, dives down the inside. There's the corner where Brereton made his mistake, but no problems this time for the PB Orman. He has dropped back down to third, however. Brereton the torn, or Green the torn, Brereton side now, I should say. Harley, I'm sure, would like just a steady run and pick up big points. But nothing comes easy in Tillotson racing, and Billy Green is proving that. Harley Brereton is certainly not going to be handed a championship fight. He's got to work for it, and Billy Green knows this. Again, utilises that wide line. Back down the inside goes Harley Brereton, still side by side on the exit of the corner in towards the final hairpin. And it is still Billy Green in front. So we're on to the last, or we're heading on to the last lap of this one. Fingleton well on his last lap. Harley Brereton once again in the tow. Oh, Billy Green just picking up some water on his tyres, make sure they're staying nice and cool. The treads are kept healthy. Billy Green under a lot of pressure now from Harley Brereton, and Brereton is going to look for the position in towards the hairpin. Not brave enough on the brakes, but was probably a bit too far back. He's gone for that inside line. Green still running the outside of the corners, trying to maximise his grip, and Harley Brereton has spin, and they've just avoided the spinner. That is Colin McMahon, I believe, who they've just gone past. And now, still Billy Green on the outside. Brereton still not able to capitalise on it. He's going to have to get brave here as Harley Brereton. He wants to take second position. So here is Jack Fingleton to take the checkered flag. A dominant Heat 1 performance from Jack Fingleton. As look how close these two are getting. It's going to be a drag to the line. Harley Brereton now finds himself in front. Oh, furious is Billy Green, but Brereton with a second place finish, keeping hopes alive with a point to some on the start-finish straight supporters wall. Jack Fingleton, your race winner. Harley Brereton in second. Billy Green then in third. Then it's Max Cooling in fourth ahead. Or sorry, James Stafford in fourth ahead of Max Cooling. Then it is Stephen Doyle, leader of the novices, in sixth. And it is Jay Murphy, Colin McMahon, Jack Craig, Oisin O'Sullivan, Varant Kumar, and a non-star for Dermot Claridge. Great race for T4 Minis. Miami Cadets coming up next. Miami Cadet Heat number 1 now. Danny Murphy on pole position. All the Dannys performing in this championship is decided. And it was young Danny Dempsey who wrapped it up in White River. Part of a very motorsport-driven family. The Dempseys is Danny, son of Keith, nephew of Peter Dempsey, who runs Turn 3 Motorsport. Peter Dempsey, a name you might remember, won the Freedom 100 in 2006, one of the best oval race finishes ever. But that's a talking point for later. Danny Murphy on the pole, Bobby Connolly second, Ollie Meredith, Ethan Woods second row. Then it's Jack Harney, Sophie Campbell, Ethan Robinson, Matea Dabija, Ben Lalu, Ada O'Brien, Tucker Frayne, Yana Stobrin to round out the order. Nicholas Judisus, apologies, in 13th position. So a 13 grid, not a 12, for the Miami Cadets as they're coming towards the start-finish line now. And Danny Murphy, way too quick on the start. Or way too quick, way too early, I should say, on the start. For the Miami Cadets as engine noise gets a little bit louder. Cadets shout where the Tillotsons grumble. Danny Murphy, though, 6th in the championship on the pole position. Not on the podium this year. Would like to change that here in Kiltorcan. It's not been historically his best track for Danny Murphy, but it's never too late to change things. These wet conditions favour the brave. Ollie Meredith as well on that second row, keep an eye from him. He won races in other championships here in the wet conditions earlier on this year. It all falls very silent out on track, just getting ready for the start. Danny Murphy joined by Bobby Connolly on the front row. 6th in the championship and 11th in the championship on the front row, so it's amazing what happens when the titles are all decided. Neither Danny Dempsey or Senna McLaughlin, 2 of your 3 winners this year, out on track today. Both 2 wins each. The other one going to Charlie Blair. As now, let's let battle commence for the Miami Cadets. Good start Danny Murphy, good start Bobby Connolly. Connolly looking to hook it round the outside. He's been forced very wide, has Bobby Connolly. And immediately Sophie Campbell capitalising on the poor race start. Campbell last week became your All-Ireland plate holder. Feels like a very repeated phrase, but another one who has raced all types of karts this year. Sophie Campbell from Ballymena. Raced at the Miami World Finals last year, of course, as well, but this is quite a messy race start from a lot. And Ollie Meredith is up to 3rd as well. A decent start from Ethan Woods too. A full classification of your order as they come round. A fast first lap for the Miami Cadets, and it is Danny Murphy in the race lead as expected. Sophie Campbell then up to 2nd. Ethan Woods now up to 3rd, able to get past Meredith. Ethan Robinson then in 5th. Then it is Bobby Connolly, who of course we saw get chucked out wide on that race start. Jack Harney is in 7th. Then it is Ben Lalu, had a Matea Dabija, and Ada O'Brien rounds out the top 10. Then it is Tucker Frayne, Yana Stobrin, and Nicholas Giodisus, who's down the back in 13th position. So Danny Murphy very comfortable on a soaking wet Kiltorcan. He's trying to extend the lead to 1.5 seconds. Very difficult to do when Sophie Campbell is behind you. Hello. And there's Meredith and Ethan Woods battling side by side. Or is it? No, sorry, apologies. It's Ethan Woods getting past Sophie Campbell. So a swap for second position. There's Ollie in fourth spot. Or no, it's not Ollie in fourth spot as they fly past us. It's Bobby Connolly in fourth spot. So Ollie Meredith is down to seventh. Behind Jack Harney, down 3 spots on that lap was Ollie. So struggling a little bit out on track. Still Danny Murphy in the race lead by 1.8 seconds now, with 4.5 minutes plus a lap to go for these Miami cadets. Here's Ollie Meredith. Bobby Connolly up 2 spots, looking to recover from the blunder on the front row. And that is another spot for Bobby Connolly, getting in front of Sophie Campbell. Campbell going to try fight this one back though, looking for the switchback, but Connolly has hit that apex beautifully. And Bobby Connolly is back onto the podium places and is hunting down Ethan Woods for a second spot. Who in first is hunting down Danny Murphy. But he's not doing a good enough job of it because Murphy's extending the lead. And it's Bobby Connolly in third, under pressure from Sophie Campbell. Meredith getting back in front of Jack Harney on the last lap. So Ollie Meredith is up to 6th position. There's a penalty coming through for Nicholas Giadisus. It's a 3 second for a jump start. Quite harsh when he's down in 13th, but the stewards keeping a close eye. This event, of course, ran by the Caricature Motor Club, but stewards nominated for the club and Motorsport Ireland. There goes Campbell down the inside of Bobby Connolly. And Sophie Campbell is back up to 2nd position, but Bobby Connolly looking to fight back through the triple right-handers. Very close between the two. Bobby Connolly on the inside now. Campbell braking quite early, and that invites her teammate Ethan Robinson to have a look. Ethan Robinson from Lisburn. They're both racing for DMS, hence the blue colour scheme. I know Campbell in the DMS suit, but not sure about Bobby Connolly. I think it's just a plain suit. Or sorry, not sure about Ethan Robinson. Bobby Connolly definitely not in the DMS suit. But Ethan Robinson, I think, just in the plain blue. Close enough, I suppose. Bobby Connolly pulling a couple of kart lengths ahead of Sophie Campbell now for the first real time, with 1 minute and 50 plus a lap to go. Danny Murphy still in the race lead by 2.4. Robinson looking to get past his teammate Sophie Campbell. He's going to have to work hard for that. Sophie Campbell 3rd in the championship, Ethan Robinson 7th. Not a bad year for the two DMS racers. Sophie Campbell featuring on the podium 3 times with 2 second places and a 3rd. The 2nd place here in Kiltorcan at the start of the season, as someone has pulled off and is standing out of the kart. We'll have to see who that is, but very disappointing for them. Yellow flags being waved, no overtaking in that section of circuit. Pulling off, but all crossing the beam on the timing screen, which is weird enough. There's definitely stood walking on the side of the circuit. Sophie Campbell has been overtaken by... No, sorry, Robinson's still behind Campbell. So Sophie still in front for the time being. We'll have one lap to go after this one. Last lap board will be shown for Ethan Wood, or Danny Murphy dropping to the bottom of the timing screen now. So I think it was a problem for our race leader, Danny Murphy. We'll get confirmation of that one as they come closer to us. It's just the opposite side in the circuit from where we're positioned, so we can't get a number on it. But yeah, that's Ethan Woods in the race lead. How awful look is that for Danny Murphy, who has a problem while leading in heat number 1 in Kiltorcan. Led from the pole, excellent job, is going to get absolutely nothing for his hard work. No rewards will be reaped for Danny Murphy, and Ethan Woods is going to steal heat number 1. Campbell still under pressure from Ethan Robinson. Robinson, though, not going to go for the rash move on his teammate. And here is Ethan Woods for the final few corners, who's going to take the heat win. 12th in the championship. Hasn't been near the podium this year. And is going to take the heat 1 victory. Bobby Conley comes home in second. Sophie Campbell in third. Ethan Robinson in fourth. Then Ollie Merritt and Jack Harney comes home in 6th position. Ben Lalu in 7th. Ada O'Brien in 8th. Matej Dabija in 9th ahead of Tucker Frame. And it's Yanis Dobrin and Nicolas Dionysus in 12th position. Danny Murphy, how heartbreaking is that? Hopefully is able to get those parts fixed. Is able to get going once again. T4 Juniors next up. So now it's time for our Tillotson T4 Juniors. We return to the Tillotson Grumble. And I tell you what, this is one of the more impressive grids. 34 Tillotson Juniors are out in Kiltorcan. Thankfully it's at Kiltorcan and not one of the smaller circuits, because if this was Watergrass, I can only imagine what would happen. But 34, and it is series leader, or series run, second place, Eddie Summers Jr., who is on pole ahead of Billy Clancy. Shall we try run through the 34 drivers then? So it is Eddie Summers on pole, and it is Billy Clancy, Joey Carney, Ben O'Keefe, Pierre Carney, Sean Donegan, Samuel Harris, Joey Kearns, Saoirse McMahon, Wesley Brereton, Spencer Casey, Owen McNamara, Hugo Coleman, Fionn English, Ava McMahon, Richard Rescue, Tiernan O'Connor, Adrian Gill, Adam Lismore, Nathan Mitchell, Emily Strafford, and then it's Nathan Strang ahead of Ian Kedrotsku, Kayla O'Sullivan, Luke Kelly, Ava Moore, Darren McMahon, Dominic Skrinjumski, then it is Zach Battersby, Jake Murray, Callum McIntyre, ahead of Timon Kajewski, James King, and Damir Amirhanov. That was impressive until we got until about the 20th place, and then I started jumping over a few names, but we'll iron that out before the end of the day. 34 karts. we just about have them all in picture. That's the only time that's going to happen. Even the messages after qualifying was about 10 of these had to fit news transponders. You usually get one maybe with an issue. Here we go then, Eddie Summers Jr. on pole, Billy Clancy alongside, as Let's Let Battle commence in Kiltorcan for the T4 Juniors. They crumble down, the paddock building vibrates, but it's a great start for Eddie Summers Jr. Billy Clancy in second, Joey Carney then in third. We already have a jump, no sorry, we don't have a jump start penalty. That message, if you're watching live, chiming alongside, is still for the last race. There's no 6.25 in this one. As we have a couple round, and someone's just pulled straight back in front of the carts coming through. That's not good protocol, but he gets away with it. Still Eddie Summers though in the race lead. In terms of the championship in this one, Eddie Summers Jr. needs to outscore Joey Carney by 11 points if he wants to take the win. Joey Carney are staying in third position now. Top three, I think, still staying as they were. But Eddie Summers Jr. leads the opening lap. Then it is Billy Clancy in second position and Joey Carney in third. Then it's Ben O'Keefe ahead of Sean Donegan, Pierre Carney, Samuel Harris, Joey Kearns, Saoirse McMahon, and Spencer Casey. Big mover is Ava McMahon up 3 to 12. Joey Carney taking a much tighter line than Billy Clancy. Might try an attack soon. I still can't believe there's 34 of these out on the track. There's 36 listed in the championship, which means all but 2 have come out for this one, and that's a mistake for Billy Clancy. And Joey Carney is not going to be asked twice to take that one. As we've someone off and has glanced the barrier, you can see, and that's them out of contention. But here is Eddie Summers Jr. once again. 2 wins this year for Eddie. Took the win here twice actually, which bodes nicely for Eddie. He is the undisputed favourite coming into our third trip to Kiltorcan. There's a black and white flag shown for Tiernan O'Connor. The only thing for Eddie Summers Jr. is he might be the quickest here, but as long as Joey Carney finishes second, he's going to be okay. 2 very high scoring drop rounds for these. Carney's worst round 85 points, Summers' worst round 82. Healthy lead now for your race leader. Well, it wouldn't really be for anyone else, would it? But 1.3 seconds separate them. Move down the inside. That's 3.14. Pierre Carney who makes the move stick. Lovely move by the Frenchman. Getting ahead of Sean Donegan, and Pierre Carney still in front of Donegan and not going to get past. Oh, maybe he is. Push to pass. That'll be a bumper penalty. And Pierre Carney being spun round. Very disappointing for Carney, who sits 7th in the championship. Has had an up and down season. Last time here in Kiltorcan, finished the race with only a singular screw in the seat. As another spin round for Carnet. It goes from bad to worse, unfortunately. First spin, not his fault, but second one, unfortunately, looking like it was. As Joey Carney slowly hunting down Eddie Summers Jr. Head firmly tucked in the seat of Joey Cairns, who's having a drag race here with Saoirse McMahon. And sliding under the brakes, goes round, does Saoirse McMahon. 316, and he's in a bit of an awkward spot. Someone else has gone off, and at turn number 1 as well. It's very slippy there. That was Samuel Harris in the green suit who got past Joey Cairns, but it was McMahon behind. And Saoirse McMahon, unfortunately, spinning round in the first corner. Wesley Brereton up 2 spots tonight in number 305. Still Summers Jr. in your race lead, though Joey Carney not able to close him in too much. Fastest lap of the race is a 1:01.5 for Summers. He did a 1:01.7 last lap, whereas Carney 1:01.8, so your race leader still the quicker. Every single one of them using that curb on the first corner now is, we've 2 in the wall. We have 2 in the wall towards the back. Yellow flags are out. Summers Jr. and Carney just passing them now. That's number 337 who's gone off. And that is Damir Amrahanov. Damir Amrahanov, I should say. Disappointing for Damir. That's Samuel Harris ahead of Wesley Brereton now. Another PBR racer is Brereton. All the Breretons racing for PBRs. Look at the slide through there for whoever that was coming through. They all slide their way through Pierre Carnet. Total opposite lock. As there are your race leaders. Joey Carney, you can recognise running the O plate. There's a little error there for Eddie Summers Jr. 50 seconds plus 1 lap to go in this one. So it'll be 2 more trips round Kiltorcan for our Tillotson T4 juniors. Sean Donegan being given a wag of the finger. Black and white flag shown. Samuel Harris under a lot of pressure from Wesley Brereton now. And Brereton looking to try and get past. Pierre Carnet has got past Joey Cairns. So the pace is there for Carnet, despite those 2 spins earlier on that have hampered his chances a little bit. McMahon has had a moment at that same hairpin. There's definitely a wet patch somewhere in the second final corner where Eddie Summers Jr. is heading through now. It's been a good lap from Joey Carney. He has visibly caught Summers Jr. The gap was 1.4. Let's see what it is. The line might have stayed the same. Doesn't look to be any closer actually as they come round through the long right-hander. But 1 more lap for Eddie Summers. And it is, 1.3, so much of a muchness for Summers Jr. and Carney. So that's Sean Donegan, who's got past the young Ben O'Keefe. Ben O'Keefe from Carrick-on-Suir, one of the youngest T4 drivers in the world, actually, would you believe? will be heading to the quote-unquote World Finals, the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia later on this year. What an event that's going to be, and Ireland have a real good chance at it. Some great racers heading over to Valencia. Is Eddie Somers Jr. going to be one of them? Well, heading for the final corner now. He's certainly going to win the first heat, but Joey Carney is hot on his heels. Eddie Somers Jr. will take the swing of the points in the first heat at least, but still a great result for Carney to come home in second spot. Billy Clancy will come home in third. Sean Donegan will take fourth, but there is quite a margin until we get to them. There we go. Clancy ahead of Donegan, then Ben O'Keefe in fifth. Wesley Burton will come home in sixth position, ahead of Pierre Carnet, who just pipped Samuel Harris, so problems for Harris on the last lap, being beaten by Burton and Carnet. Spencer Casey is in ninth, Joey Carnes in 10th, and it is Ava McMahon, Owen McNamara, Saoirse McMahon, Hugo Coleman, and Richard Borescu, who round out your top 15. And then just below that we have Fionn English, Nathan Mitchell, Adrian Gill, Tiernan O'Connor, Adam Lismore, Zach Battersby, Ava Moore, ahead of Ian Kendrick, Emily Stafford, Kayla O'Sullivan, Dominic Skrionski, ahead of Timon Kendrick, Darren McMahon, James King, Callum McIntyre, Demira, I'll get it eventually, sorry Demira Amir Hanoff, and Nathan Strang, unfortunately ending that one early. Now it is Miami X30 Juniors who are out on track. This championship being contested between Adam Holmes and Tyke Buckley hasn't been free of its controversy, but the standings as of now, for the official standings without drops, is Holmes in front of Buckley. But when you calculate drop rounds in, it is Tyke Buckley who is in theory in the lead. Tyke Buckley also on pole position. Crucial. Jack McLaughlin in second, Joel Murphy in third, Ben McCloughery in fourth, Michaela Hart, then Chad Lehman, Eric Gilson ahead of Aaron Murphy, Charlie Gardner, Conor O'Grady, James Nolan, John Foley, Declan Purvis. It is Ben Connolly, Martin Shannon, Jack Murphy, Zach Burke, Charlie Blair, Jamie Mulvey and Adam Blaney. A lot of quick drivers at the back of this one, so keep an eye on this. There's going to be a good heat. Tyke Buckley from the pole, Jack McLaughlin in second, couple moving out of line early on, but pulling in and already contact. That's number 708, that is Zach Burke, who's already made contact before we even made it to the line. As the X30 juniors are underway. Great start to the race for Tyke Buckley. Jack McLaughlin remaining in second. Seems to be struggling getting the power down. Is third place. And already defensive efforts from Joel Murphy, who is now up to second spot. Defensive efforts from Murphy is a glance over the shoulder from Tyke Buckley. Sees no one. Tyke Buckley has won 4 rounds this season. As a mechanical flag shown to Jack Murphy, who's going to have to come into the pits. And that's a disappointing start to the morning for Jack Murphy. I would suspect involved in that contact with Zach Burke, hence the meatball flag. But no Adam Holmes out on track. Hasn't wrapped up the title yet, has Holmes, but he's going to take this as his drop. Heads tucked firmly in. Oh, big point of aggression from someone. I think it was Joel Murphy who vigorously pointing at his opponent. It's a new intimidation tactic from Joel Murphy, but one I rate. Sliding their way through there. Someone's been dumped down on the curb, and a lovely move by one of the orange carts. We'll figure who that is as they come up a little bit closer to us. But it is Tyke Buckley who leads Chad Lehman, who leads the conductor Joel Murphy in third, pointing his way through the field. Look, what he is actually saying, and I'll stop the jokes, is work with me and we'll catch this person. Michaela Hart agreeing to that. We saw another point and basically trying to literally be a conductor, the two of them are, and just indicate to each other that they're either going to work together to try and catch Chad Lehman or they're going to work together to try and catch Tyke Buckley. But nonetheless, that is the intention, and they're not just waving their hands around for the love of the game. Michaela Hart now using every ounce of curb to try to get past Chad Lehman, but not able to dispatch Lehman. Chad third in the championship. Michaela in 8th position in the championship. And now this has gone slightly wrong for Joe Murphy, as Ben McClaughry, I believe, has just got through. McClaughry, who's been very fast all year long, but has not quite reaped the rewards that potentially he deserves. Although he's not actually got past Murphy just yet. That's McClaughry still behind Murphy. So unless Jack McLaughlin has got past him, we'll find out now. It is Lehman, Hart, Murphy, McClaughry, McLaughlin. So no one getting past Joe Murphy just yet. Michaela Hart, though, has dispatched that pack. So it is Lehman versus Hart for second spot, all on their own. And then it is still Joe Murphy in fourth position. Ben McClaughry in fifth, as we were saying. McClaughry has been excellent all year, but not quite got the rewards in road tax racing. Has just been second to Rory Armstrong all year long. Hasn't actually stood on the podium in Miami either. Would like to change that today. He's quite quick at Kiltorcan, is Ben McClaughry. So 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Ty Buckley is in a world of his own here in Kilkenny. He's so far in front, he's back in Carlow. Chad Lehman in second, Michaela Hart in third, then it is Joel Murphy in fourth, Ben McClaughry is in fifth, ahead of Jack McLaughlin in sixth, Charlie Gardner in seventh, then it is Aaron Murphy, Eric Gilson, John Foley in 10th, Adam Holmes up 3 spots on the very last lap to 11th position. So Adam Holmes is now on our timing screen. He wasn't earlier for some reason, but Adam Holmes is here, is racing. Apologies for that earlier misinformation. James Nolan in 12th, Ben Connolly in 13th, Conor O'Grady in 14th, Charlie Blair in 15th, Charlie Cosgrove then in 16th, ahead of Adam Blaney. It is Martin Shannon, Jamie Moby, Declan Purvis, Zach Burke and Jack Murphy. Jack Murphy, of course, had to pull into the pits with a mechanical flag shown after contact with Burke on the opening lap. Lovely move down the inside. Jack McLaughlin getting past Ben McClaughry. Lovely move by McLaughlin, number 703. Getting past Ben McClaughry, 712. So there will be 2 more laps for Ty Buckley, who just crosses the start-finish line with 15 seconds on the clock. So there will be 1 more lap and then the plus a lap. Buckley is off and away with this one in a world of his own, but it's a lot closer to the rest of the positions. Chad Lehman, who has a couple of carts ahead of Michaela Hart now. Joel Murphy in 4th. Jack McLaughlin in 5th, and it is Ben McClaughry in 6th, ahead of Charlie Gardner in 7th. Aaron Murphy in 8th, ahead of Eric Gilson, and in 9th, John Foley. He's in 10th position. It's all very steady for our Miami X30 juniors. Not many going for the bold and brave moves. All staying fairly orthodox. Ty Buckley, stellar performance in this first heat. Another move down the inside. That's Jack McLaughlin once again, who is loving a dive bomb into the first corner. Brushes past number 716 of Joel Murphy and is up to 4th place in this one. Jack McLaughlin, who sits 7th in the standings coming into this meeting, picked up a brilliant 2nd place in that boy. And then another brilliant 2nd place in White River last time out. Has really picked up form. The drop rounds will boost himself right up the order. But One to go for Tyke Buckley. Or no, not one to go for Tyke Buckley. They've called the checkered flag. So Tyke Buckley takes the win ahead of Chad Lehman. Not sure if that was called early or not, but Michaela Hart is in third. Jack McLaughlin. Then it is Joel Murphy, Charlie Gardner, Ben McCloughery, Aaron Murphy, Eric Gilson and John Foley, Adam Holmes, James Nolan, Conor O'Grady, Charlie Blair, Ben Conley, Charlie Cosgrove, Adam Blaney, Jamie Bovey, Declan Purvis, Martin Shannon, Zach Bird, and unfortunately Jack Murphy down the back of the order, not completing the race. That is it for your Miami X30 Juniors. And we will move on to senior racing now. And coming up after your X30 Juniors is your Tillotson T4 Seniors. Tillotson T4 Seniors. This one, championship already decided. Aaron Coogan, what a fabulous year he's had. 5 of 6 wins. Job done before we get to Kiltorcan. That of course means he's not racing today, as he'll take this as a drop and everyone else has a chance to take the win. Tyler Brereton has one win already this year. He won in Watergrass Hill in April. A really good job by Tyler Brereton, who starts on pole conveniently for this heat. Josh Allen in second, and Brian Wilson in third, Luke Palmer in fourth, Luke Kavanagh in fifth, Robert Butler, Warren Russell, Jack Mackenzie Smith, Max O'Neill, Peter Brett, Adam Perry, Alan Butler, Elijah Mooney, Dermot Toomey, Niall Leahy, Evan Darcy, Ben McNulty and Michael Gallagher. Jack Mackenzie Smith, fastest lap removed in qualifying for a bumper penalty, so expect him to jump up, or try jump up the order a little bit here. But it's Brereton and Allen on the front row. Tyler Brereton third. Or sorry, not third, I should say, winning the second round of the year. He starts on pole for this one with Josh Allen alongside him as now We're underway for the T4 seniors, and immediately contact between Bruton and Allen. Archie-bargy between the two, but Bruton is in front. Josh Allen in second position. Getting away with that one is Bruton. And they're all fairly bunched up behind, still battling for the race lead. Keep an eye on Luke Palmer as well, second in the championship, started fourth, is already up to third position in this and is hunting down the top two. So look how close they're getting behind. Jack Mackenzie Smith involved in this as well, as is Luke Kavanagh. But as we head towards the start-finish line, still close at the front. Josh Allen leads Tyler Bruton after that initial first lap contact. Luke Kavanagh in second. Or third, I should say. Brian Wilson in fourth. Then it is Peter Brett up 5 positions. Ahead of Jack Mackenzie Smith in sixth. Peter Brett off the back of his first ever competitive kart racing result. Or, sorry, I should say non-rental result. Of course, had a win at the British 24 in Teesside a few weeks ago with Apex Twin Racing. That was in the higher class, which is a fancy name for rental karting. Himself and Dermot Toomey in teammates in this boat racing T4s. But Peter Brett, a very quick racer and a Tillotson star of the future, or at least I reckon so. He's in the number 419 and currently sits in 5th position. It is Alan Burton Kavanagh still. Luke Palmer had a shocking opening lap, but he's up 3 positions from that shocking opening lap back to 9th, so he's working his way back through. Fell all the way to 12th. As I suspect these drivers are already on slicks, but there is some more droplets of rain around Kiltorcan now. There's a big move down the inside. That's Warren Russell. Warren Russell ahead of Peter Brett now. Warren Russell also racing for PBR. Top 2 running away with this one. So here is Luke Kavanagh looking to try and get... Sorry, top 3 running away from this one, evidently, because Luke Kavanagh is looking to try and get past Tyler Breer, using all that curve in the first corner. And Luke Kavanagh has stayed committed to the move, but Breer just had to run around the outside. Kavanagh had to back down. Side-by-side crew there, not the easiest thing in the world. It's not something you really want to do as a kart racer. Sometimes you have to. As there we go, back down the inside, almost locking wheels. Luke Kavanagh and Tyler Bruton. Bruton in front in the blue suit. You're going to see a lot of, or I should first say, if you are used to recognising drivers by race suits, like I sometimes am, you're going to see a lot of changes, because they're all wearing old suits today, because it's such terrible weather out. They don't want to destroy the nice, pristine white suit in the case of Tyler Bruton. The fresh PBR suit. So he's in the old blue one. Still has the helmet, the PBR helmet colours on, as there is a kart pulled off, so someone has dropped out of this. Brian Wilson and Michael Gallagher both having problems, as well as Ben McNulty. Still Burton in front of Kavanagh. Josh Allen off and away with this though, with 3 minutes plus a lap to go. Now here's an interesting fight. That's Luke Palmer and Jack Mackenzie Smith who are fighting. Palmer getting ahead of Smith and into 6th position. Luke Palmer leading the UKC T4 Championship up north. Back-to-back podiums at the IGP as well. He's another one heading to Valencia for the T4 Nations Cup, of course winning those tickets in the UKC. The driver for Alex Dempsey Racing is Luke Palmer from Drumore. It was back-to-back UKC senior titles for Luke Palmer as well. Well, whether he's mathematically wrapped up UKC yet, I'm not too sure, but he's certainly on course to do so. There's a lovely move down the inside. Adam Perry, that is. That's Adam Perry getting past Mackenzie Smith, or Jack Mackenzie Smith. So Adam Perry now up to 7th position. And a lovely little move down the inside. Kavanagh, give him the warning. There is your race leader though, Josh Allen. Leading by 5.5 seconds over Tyler Burton in second, Luke Kavanagh in third, Peter Brett in fourth, Warren Russell rounds out your top 5. Minute 10 plus a lap to go. Oh, wave of frustration there from Luke Kavanagh. Possibly questioning why Peter Brett is not helping him catch the driver in front, but visibly frustrated is the number 416, and that just is going to work in the favours of Peter Brett, because Brett knows that Kavanagh is rattled. There's Luke Palmer looking for the outside of Warren Russell. Luke Palmer not only recognisable by the white helmet, white suit, but very recognisable due to his tall frame. 6'4" Luke Palmer stands at. One of the tallest karters on the island, and now they're side by side on the exit of this one. Luke Palmer looking for this, and Luke Palmer's ahead. Lovely move round the outside into the second final hairpin, keeping it flat through the flat out right, and back down the inside goes Warren Russell, who hasn't got the exit because of that, and Luke Palmer is just going to sweep round his outside with the overspeed. Very, very cleverly played by Luke Palmer. Warren Russell, maybe not the smartest move to dive down the inside in the way that he did. Last lap board is shown, and that just allowed Luke Palmer to stay in front. So for Josh Allen, it is going to be the win. As he rounds through the final few corners now. Heat number 1 win for Allen. Second place is going to go to Tyler Brereton, who did successfully hold off Luke Kavanagh for the entire race. And here is Josh Allen. Brilliant win for Josh. Easy does it. Easy does it. Tyler Brereton coming home in second. Not as easy. Fought for that with Luke Kavanagh, but a great performance nonetheless. 9 seconds it almost ended up at. 8.5 between Brereton and Kavanagh. Then it's Peter Brett in fourth ahead of Luke Palmer, Warren Russell, Adam Perry, Jack Mackenzie Smith, Robert Butler, ahead of Max O'Neill, Adam Buckler, Dermot Toomey, Niall Leahy, Elijah Mooney, Evan Darcy, Michael Gallagher, and unfortunately we lost Brian Wilson and Ben McNulty early on in that one. So that's your T4 seniors, and we will have our second T4 senior category, which is the 168s, coming up in a few moments. Tillotson T4 Senior 168's now out on track. Pole position for this one going to Colin Manelli. Despite having his fastest lap removed due to a bumper penalty, he still took pole by 0.8 of a second. Scott Garvey in second, Kyle Kavanagh in third. Kyle Kavanagh in third, Ryan Herson, then Niall Herson fourth and fifth, Eddie Roach in sixth, ahead of Thomas Croke and Mark Gorman. Niall Herson leading the championship, and for Kyle Kavanagh to take the win, he needs to outscore Herson by 36 points. Look, it's mathematically possible, and anything can happen in motorsport, anything can happen in karting, but Niall Herson definitely your favourite for the T4 Senior 168 Championship. Let's go back to back, and 5-7-1, Colin Manelli on the pole. Now we're underway. Great start by the second place man Scott Garvey into the first corner, but it is Manelli who leads. Garvey does well though to go around the outside and keep with the poleman, and he'll slipstream him down towards the hairpin and maybe have a lunge down the inside, but Colin Manelli no, defends, still in the race lead. Kyle Kavanagh still in third position. Ryan Herson has he lost out? No, still in fourth as far as I can tell. And there down the inside, that's a swap of positions. That is Scott Garvey back ahead of Kyle Kavanagh. Or ahead of Ryan Herson, sorry, not Kyle Kavanagh. So Kavanagh losing out even more. Ryan Herson in third position. Scott Garvey then in second. And Ryan Herson back down the inside. Back to second place. Scott Garvey with a bit of an error through the hairpin. And that has invited Scott Garvey back up. A brilliant first lap by Colin Manelli, who leads by over a second. Or almost a second, 9/10. Ryan Herson in second, Scott Garvey, Niall Herson, Kyle Kavanagh, Eddie Roach, Mark Gorman, Thomas Croke. Unfortunately, a no start for both Peter McBride and Anthony Holland, who have not made it out. As they head round through, under pressure is Scott Garvey from championship leader Niall Herson in the 5:01. And here he is, there's Niall Herson on the inside. Easy as you like for Niall Herson, gets past Scott Garvey, glances over the shoulders, little signal, head down, wants to power forward, but Garvey doesn't fancy it. Scott Garvey wants to fight back here, but Scott Garvey now is under pressure from Kyle Kavanagh behind. So Kyle Kavanagh, who is second in the championship, fighting with Niall Herson of course, needs to beat Herson. If Herson just tips around even at the back, or if Herson just tips around at the back and Kyle Kavanagh doesn't get big results, he'll still be in a comfortable spot. Both with the exact same lowest scoring round this year, just Niall Herson with a lot higher scoring ones, hence why he's the championship leader. From Warren Point is Niall Herson and Brian Herson. He's been racing for 5 years, but is 35. They say karting is a young man's game, but Niall Herson proving them all wrong in the T4 Senior 168 classes. Started his racing in rentals as well, did Niall Herson. His first competitive race was the White River 24-hour race, which is in the rental carts, and just got into the competitive racing from then. But this is Colin Manelli, who's under a lot of pressure by the other Herson, Ryan Herson. So despite Manelli having the pace here, having better pace than anyone in the field, or certainly so we thought in qualifying this morning, is under a lot of pressure from Ryan Herson here, who set the fastest lap of the race last time round. Very difficult to overtake in this senior 168 class. Your 168 is your driver plus cart weight, so 168 kilograms. It is your heavy T4 class. Your regular T4 seniors 155 kilos driver plus cart weight, so that's where the difference comes in. In all honesty, doesn't really make much of a difference in terms of lap times. It is just more even to have two separate weights. But in the IGP a few weeks ago, Niall Herson ran in regular T4s at the 168 weight and ran in mid-pack, challenging T4 racers from across the world. So it really doesn't make that much of a difference, is the point I'm trying to make. But it is two separate classes. Colin Manelli is dealing with this situation very well. He knows Niall Herson probably the better of the two at this stage in the race, but he's gonna just park it in the right spots, frustrate Herson, and hope for little errors like the one we just saw. Ran a little bit wide from the apex, did Ryan Herson. And that is due to the frustration of not being able to get past your race leader, Colin Manelli. 1 minute and 50 seconds plus 1 lap to go in the first heat of the T4 Senior 168. We've got Miami X30 Seniors after this, and then we will head for lunch and be back for our second heat and our finals. And of course, most of these finals will be deciding champions. The 168 Senior T4s could be deciding a champion as well in the final. Niall Herson running in third, doing everything he needs to do, and that is beat Kyle Kavanagh. Well, not even really, he could lose to him and still win as well, but he's looking to put the nail in the coffin of Kyle Kavanagh's championship hopes. And so far doing so, because on the last lap, Eddie Roach overtook Kyle Kavanagh. Eddie Roach in number 505. As Ryan Herson's got a run now on Colin Manelli. It's the first real time they've been dislodged from single file, and Ryan Herson is into the slipstream, head tucked down, using all the aero he can get down the start-finish straight in Kiltorcan, but not able to get close enough. Little bit wide by Colin Manelli. That might invite Ryan Herson to go for the move, and it is going to invite Ryan Herson to go for the move. Up into the race lead is Herson, and Colin Manelli down to second. Made that error. Herson frustrated him, forced him into a mistake at the first corner. Just got on the inside through the triple left, triple right, and took the race lead. Exactly what Ryan Herson would have wanted to do. 2 or 1 lap to go, I think. Yeah, will definitely be 1 lap to go after this, as time got to run out now, so 1 more to go for Herson and Manelli. Is Colin Manelli able to make amends? I'm not too sure. Brilliant run out of the final corner for Ryan Herson. Manelli won't be near him in turn number 1, 2 or 3. Unless he just has something else in the locker that he can pull out in the middle sector. I can't see him catching because Ryan Herson is just away with this. And yeah, Manelli is not gaining on Herson, so it's going to be Ryan Herson's to lose. If he doesn't make a mistake, he can count himself as the heat winner. But a mistake is very easy to make in conditions such as this. No longer raining, it's just greasy. But even still, I would be considering slicks if I was in an X30 Senior coming up. Little wobble for Hurston. Manelli not close enough though. This is going to be the last opportunity for Colin Manelli to send it down the inside. He looks for it. Hurston defends. And it is going to be Ryan Hurston who comes home to take the race victory here in heat number 1. Colin Manelli fought very well, but not enough, unfortunately. Ryan Hurston sees the checkered flag. Colin Manelli in second. Niall Hurston in third. One hand on the championship. Scott Garvey then in fourth. Eddie Roach fifth. Kyle Kavanagh in sixth. Mark Ormond seventh. And Thomas Croke comes home in eighth position. So one last heat 1 to come up. It is our X30 seniors. A big win for Ryan Hurston in senior 168s. So our final heat 1 of the morning, our Miami X30 seniors. A close enough championship in this one between Jack Buckley and Sean Hogan. With the drop, about 12 points, but it is 5-3-3 to 5-1-7 before that. 3 wins apiece. And Sean Hogan taking the crucial pole position. Andre Dabaja starts in second. Lost the win in White River on the last lap to Jack Buckley. And Jack Dillon in third, Jack Buckley in fourth, and it is Jamie English in fifth ahead of Luke Agnew. Keith Burke behind Agnew, then it is Jack Craughwell, Martin Foley, Richie Faulkner, Emer Carey, Daniel Kavanagh, Shane Crosby, Shane O'Neill and Clara O'Regan. Andre Dabaja had his fastest lap in qualifying removed due to a bumper penalty, but still starts on the front row in the blue. And Sean Hogan, you can see there in the orange helmet, orange race suit, and biding his time before the race start. They're just heading towards the tram lines now for a very important Miami X30 Senior first heat. And now, pedal goes to the metal, and we are away. Good start by Buckley. Dabaja immediately looking for that inside line. You don't want to be on the outside through turn number 1 is what we've seen throughout the morning. Good start for Jack Dillon as well, and Jack Dillon and Dabaja both go through. Very disappointing start for Sean Hogan. Jack Buckley is through as well. Hogan down to 4th off the pole. Horrid start for the number 811 who's fighting for a championship here today. Andre Dabaja in your race lead. And side by side exiting the corner. Still Sean Hogan involved in that with Jack Buckley. Championship contenders going fighting here. Lie down the main straight. The quickest carts of the day. Andre Dabaja, Jack Buckley, Luke Agnew, Jack Dillon, Sean Hogan. So what a flyer off the line for Jack Buckley, who's hunting down Andre Dabaja at the front of this. Poor start for Richie Faulkner, who finds himself 2 seconds off the field and down 5 spots to 15th. Dabaja looks very good here in Kiltorcan. Hasn't committed to the full season, has Dabaja. Hence his 12th position in the championship. But the pace has always been there for Andre. Number 817. He's the cart in front in the blue, and there goes Hogan. That's a bit better. That's a lot better from Sean Hogan. That's a move on Luke Agnew. And Agnew down to 4th position now in 8:06. That's the orange cat. Oh, hops over the curb. There's Luke Agnew. And he's been given a nick from behind, and Agnew has to pull aside. Luke Agnew has a problem and has damaged the cart with that hop over the curb. And that is Luke Agnew. Very disappointing. Going to pull off here. That cart has a major issue, and that is his heat 1 done. Third in the championship is Luke Agnew, and was still mathematically in it, but I'm not sure now. It was going to take a miracle to win it nonetheless, but was still mathematically in it, but this isn't going well. Richie Faulkner is into the pit lane now and has retired from this one, so we will have lost 2 already out of the 15. Luke Agnew and Richie Faulkner. We had a much bigger entry list of X30 seniors heading into this one, but only 15 of them have actually made it out on circuit. We were supposed to get the entry list anyway said we were supposed to get an appearance from road tax racer Dylan McDermott, or a GP winner at that. That could have just been entry lists lying to me. Still Andre Dabaja in your race lead with just under 4 minutes to go. Jack Buckley second, and it is Hogan, Dillon, English, Burke, Crockwell, Kavanagh, Carey, Foley, Crosby, O'Neill, O'Regan, Agnew. Faulkner taken off the order after his retirement. Luke Agnew will be soon to follow. Jack Buckley slowly catching your race leader. Slowly but surely. Black and white flag for Sean Hogan. Number 811. Jack Crockwell and Keith Burke having a bit of fight out on circuit. Keith Burke currently in 6th place. It's been a very busy last few months for Keith Burke, racing multiple karting championships as well as a junior mini in the ICC or Junior Mini Challenge. He was racing in Kyrgyzstan last Saturday, and then raced IRL plate meeting on the Sunday. Now this weekend he's racing Miami. Next weekend he'll be back out in the mini in Mondello Park. So it's a busy month for Keith Burke, safe to say. Oh, down the inside, swap for the race lead. Jack Buckley gets ahead of Andre Daviger. Wasn't on the last lap this time like it was in the final in White River, but Buckley is ahead of Daviger. And your championship leader is performing phenomenally. Didn't have the best of qualifyings, but this heat has gone perfect for Jack Buckley. Exactly what he wants, just to give himself breathing room heading into both Heat 2 and the final. It's not easy to overcome any sort of points deficit in karting. 12, a difficult one, but Buckley will like the ease of mind. No ease of mind right now because Andre Daviger is still hot in his heels for the race win. Yes, drivers love winning championships, but they also love the adrenaline of winning a race, and Jack Buckley will still want to do that in the number 801. Two laps to go, and Jack Buckley really quick through this section of the circuit. Looks just so much smoother than Daviger. But Daviger's not had a bad run through there actually, and still keeps his foot in the fight. Sean Hogan is up to third, but is still being outscored by Jack Buckley. Still a relatively close gap, one little mistake for Buckley. Daviger still in the fight here. Sean Hogan has dispatched Jack Dillon, so Dillon going to have to settle for fourth despite setting the fastest lap on the last lap. A 55.831 your fastest lap here. These are the quickest karts of the day. Your T4 seniors lapping around the 1 minute mark. 1 minute 1, the 168s were doing. I think the 155s were a little bit quicker. But last lap anyways of the Miami X30 seniors. And it is still Jack Buckley in the race. There is Sean Hogan, second in the championship in the orange race suit, just in front of Jack Dillon. A great final lap for Jack Buckley, who's at the front of this one. He's got to see it home. A little bit of a hop over the curb for Hogan. It didn't have the same drastic consequences that I had for Luke Agnew. And it is going to be Jack Buckley who rounds us for the final corner, and it is a heat win for the championship leader. He's won 3 finals this year. He'd love to win another here at Kiltorcan, and he's going to go. Oh, did Sean Hogan just pick Daviger? No, he didn't. He just came home alongside Jack Dillon. So Andre Daviger second, Sean Hogan third, Jack Dillon fourth. Then Jamie English, Keith Burke, Jack Crockwell, Shane Crosby, Emer Carey, Martin Foley, Daniel Kavanagh, Shane O'Neill, Clara O'Regan, and Luke Agnew. And then we lost Richie Faulkner as well, of course. But that will be that, folks. We will do it all again twice for heat number 2 and the finals coming up after an hour's lunch break. We will be back soon. I'll get the estimated time that we should be back quickly. We should be back hopefully at about 2 minutes past 1 for your T4 Bambino heat number 2. So stick around, folks. Go get yourself a nice bite to eat, refuel, and get ready for a championship deciding afternoon at the Tillotson Ireland Karting Championship. Welcome back, folks, to Kiltorcan for round number 7 of the Tillotson Karting Championship with Miami. It is season finale day, and we will be deciding championships in the next few hours. Hope you had a nice lunch break after enjoying our heats this morning. Sunny skies over Kiltorcan. They're going to be short-lived, but sunny skies, and we should have some fabulous heats coming up. We're going to get underway with our Bambinos, our T4 Bambinos, and it was Robbie Lyons who took the win this morning. Of course, championship between himself and Danny Clancy, separated by a singular point coming into this, and they will be fighting it out. It's a winner-takes-all scenario either way between those two. Your grid, though, it'll be the same as this morning from qualifying. Tara Fitzgibbon on the pole, Danny Clancy in second, Robbie Lyons in third, Ollie Keneally in fourth, then Emerson Hamilton, Frankie Hamilton, and Lauren Hamilton. Your Heat 1 results was Corey Lyons is Robbie's brother. That's just force of habit, sorry Robbie. Robbie Lyons, Ollie Keneally, and it was Tara Fitzgibbon ahead of Danny Clancy, Emerson Hannon, and it was Lauren Hamilton and Frankie Hamilton to round out the order. Standing start for Bambinos, so we're going to get them gridded up and then get them underway. It'll be 6 minutes plus a lap, which is a lengthy enough time for a Bambino race. The spoils have been shared this season in this class. 2 wins for Robbie Lyons, 1 for Danny Clancy, 1 for Dara Fitzgibbon, and 1 for Emerson Hannon. And now we go underway. It's a good start there off the front row for Danny Clancy, who's looking to challenge Dara Fitzgibbon into the first corner, and Danny Clancy is in the race lead. Done round the outside. Dara Fitzgibbon going to have to tuck into the slipstream here and try challenge. Robbie Lyons will be looking for this one as well. Currently sits in third. You can see the 2 novice plate runners scrapping at it. And this is Dara Fitzgibbon looking for it round the outside here. This is going to be a tricky move to try pull off. But Dara Fitzgibbon keeps the cart in. Beautiful move round the outside. Robbie Lyons, that is looking for it on Danny Clancy. So it's the 2 championship contenders, and Robbie Lyons is ahead. Excellent race start from Robbie Lyons, and he's up and into the lead. The pace setter today so far in Kiltorcan, despite the poor qualifying. And it is Robbie Lyons in the lead, not Dara Fitzgibbon, who has fallen down to third position. So for the final corner then, quick through the final sector these Bambinos are, as the hairpins are almost flat out. It is Robbie Lyons, 1-1-1 in the race lead. Danny Clancy in second. Ollie Keneally now getting ahead of Fitzgibbon, and Hannon getting ahead of Fitzgibbon as well. So Emerson Hannon is up to fourth, and then it's the 2 Hamiltons, 6th and 7th. Frankie leading Lauren. So a winner-takes-all scenario between Robbie Lyons and Danny Clancy of today. But Robbie Lyons doing an excellent job in winning the heat this morning in dominant fashion in the wet weather. Corey's older brother, always a very good wet weather racer. Won the IRL plate like that. As apologies, folks, for the loss of picture. We'll have that back in a second. But it is still Robbie Lyons in the race lead. See, told you we'd have it back in a second. There is Robbie Lyons. That worked out nicely. Danny Clancy then still in second position. Fastest lap of the race, Robbie Lyons, 1:12.6. Just for reference, if you're wondering where these compare to the senior carts, the T4 seniors are at the 1 minute 1s, 1 minute flat. As actually there was a mistake for Robbie Lyons. And Robbie Lyons is pulling off here. Robbie Lyons has pulled to the right hand side of the circuit. And through goes Danny Clancy. What's happened to Robbie Lyons? disaster has struck. And that is number 111, your championship leader. This has opened the door in the T4 Bambinos, because Danny Clancy is going to get big points over Robbie Lyons here. And that is going to open things right up heading into the final. Danny Clancy fourth earlier on, Robbie Lyons in first. We'll have to see where that totals them up to. But this gives a huge opportunity with 2 minutes to go for the number 105 of Danny Clancy. And Robbie Lyons is not going to finish in this one either, so it'll be a no score. He obviously just felt something go, immediately pulled to a safe part of the circuit. Good awareness from Robbie Lyons of the situation at such a young age, but he's also aware of how that affects things going forward. And an engine issue or another problem is not really what you want in a battle as close as this, because that jeopardises the final. Is that car going to be fixed? Well, we will find out. There is plenty of time until the T4 Bambino final. We still have all the heats to run through. But we will see. We will see. Danny Clancy going to take this opportunity with both hands, though. And he currently leads by over 5 seconds ahead of Ollie Keneally. Who there is Keneally coming through the final corner now. Ollie Keneally third in the championship. He's actually the only driver in the top 5 of the championship who's not won a final this year. He's actually not even featured on the podium in any of the finals, would you believe? But that does go to show the level of consistency that Ollie has shown throughout the year, which is a fabulous trait to have in championships going forward. So it's definitely not something to turn your nose up at. Obviously he wants to finish on the podium and win a race. And top 5 do get trophies in the Bambinos, as far as I'm aware. So he will still have a bit of silverware at home. But this is Danny Clancy, your race leader, and potentially your new championship leader, heading into the final. It's going to be a close tussle between these two. If Robbie Lyons' cart is A-OK, which I imagine it will be. Last lap. Definitely the driest it's been all day. We're getting our quickest lap times of the day as well from some of these drivers. As there is the stricken cart of Robbie Lyons. It is the total opposite of what Robbie wanted in this situation, but nonetheless Danny Clancy had to drive the race still, and he has done, and he'll bring home the win here in heat number 2. They will share the spoils, and number 105 Danny Clancy rounding through the final corner now to take the victory in impressive fashion in the second heat of the T4 Bambinos today. So Danny Clancy, your race winner. Second place will go to Ollie Keneally, and a job well done there by Keneally. Third will be Emerson Hannon, who gets on the podium. So Emerson picking up form throughout the day. Then fourth will be Dara Fitzgibbon, your pole sitter, who wasn't able to convert. Fifth Frankie Hamilton, sixth Lauren Hamilton, and then seventh, unfortunately, Robbie Lyons. We'll move on to T4 Minis in a few moments. Now time for our Tillotson T4 Minis, who are coming out on circuit for their second heat. And on pole position for this, and winner of heat number 1, Jack Fingleton. It was a dominant performance from Jack earlier on this morning. He actually got a bumper penalty of 3 seconds and still won. Not the only penalty handed out this morning. There was one handed out for Harley Burton, who's been given a 1-place penalty for this heat. Not a time penalty for the last one, as he did not complete a full cooldown lap. So that's why Burton will be starting in 3rd rather than 2nd. So it is Fingleton on pole, Stafford, Burton, Green, Cooling, Craig, sorry, apologies. I should know Jack Craig, given I know his dad. But Jay Murphy, Cullen McMahon, Baron Kumar, Oshino Sullivan, Dermot Clary, and Stephen Doyle. What caught my attention mid-grid is it's just started raining again. I imagine most of these guys are on slicks. So once again, the return of Irish karting sending young drivers out on slicks when just as it starts to rain has returned. So let's see how this one goes then. I imagine it'll get slippy. It's still definitely slick conditions as of now, but this is a 7-minute plus a lap heat. It's a long race. So anything could happen. Very slow warm-up lap. Jack Fingleton will lead us. Remember, it's Dermot Claridge Jr. versus Harley Burton for the championship. Claridge is here, is entered, but just not taking any risks. And there is Fingleton, eyeballing James Stafford, as Burton is on the 2nd row as well. And now we're underway. Good start, James Stafford. Great start by 4th place man Billy Green. And it's already slippy. Burton struggling. It's already very, very slippy, but poleman Jack Fingleton is off and away with this one. Braking for the hairpin. Rain easing off, but track still just got a little bit more damp. And Jack Fingleton is in the race lead. Green runs wide. Harley Burton is down to 5th position as Jack Fingleton's made a mistake, and that's going to be 2nd place man Billy Green in the race lead. Max Cooling gaining a spot as well. But an all over the place race start for the Tillotson T4 Minis, and we have someone gone off at the hairpin, but they have got re-going again. And look at the gap built up. And that, apologies, is not Billy Green. That's Varant Kumar who's in the race lead. Thought it was Billy Green. Billy Green now in 3rd. So it is Green running the Senna helmet. It's Varant Kumar who's in the race lead, who started in 9th. That's what has caught me out. It's what's caught, I think, the whole T4 mini grid out. But Kumar is now in the race lead. Definitely has to be something to do with the tyre choice, surely, as it looks like Kumar is on the wets. But Kumar, who currently sits 10th in the championship, is in the lead here at heat number 2. And by quite a margin, getting ahead of Fingleton by 3.5 seconds. And here is your race lead. You can barely even see him. He's ducked into the steering wheel so much. But Kumar leading. Still Fingleton in 2nd, but the gap is 7.8 seconds. This has to be tyres, surely. As look at Burton weaving on the straight, trying to get temperature into those. But Varant Kumar. What a stellar job this is. Your order as they stand is Kumar, Fingleton, Green, Brereton, Craig, Stafford, McMahon, O'Sullivan, Doyle, and no running for Cooling, Murphy, or championship leader Dermot Claridge, who is taking this as his drop round. We have someone pulled off, and I think that is Max Cooling, who's not made the trip round. So still Kumar in the lead. And Varent Kumar has actually just been handed a penalty. 3 seconds for 2 wheels over the start of the line. Or 2... Sorry, I'll try that again. 2 wheels over the line at the start. The gap is 10.8, so that's not going to matter as it stands, but a time penalty nonetheless for Varent. James Stafford and Jack Craig having a nice battle. Jack Craig, who has raced on some form of bikes as well, as we have a spinner. Or is that an abandoned cart? Sorry, that's just an abandoned cart, not a spinner. But Jack Craig, who's raced on bikes as well. His father, Barry, is a fabulous photographer. You will see him at all the ICCR events. And Jack as well, who is also a good photographer. So Jack Craig is a man of many talents. A T4 mini racer, motorcycle racer, and photographer. I'm sure there's more as well. 13.2 now the gap between Kumar and Fingleton. Harley Brereton just extending the gap over Billy Green for third. It's crazy actually. Brereton and Green 33 seconds off the race lead, which is not something you rarely see. I'm trying to catch a glimpse to see what tyres they're all on. I imagine Varent Kumar has just nailed this call. So in terms of the championship, Dermot Claridge Jr. still the favourite. Harley Brereton would need a massive score if he wants to beat him. Unfortunately, it's not looking like he's going to get it when the drop rounds are calculated. So I know Claridge is not out on track, but just to explain the situation, if you're unsure what's going on at home. So the way it works is you're able to drop round. You're able to drop, I think it's either 1 or 2 rounds, which are your lowest scores. So they will come off. Claridge is using this as one of his low score rounds, where Brereton is going to sacrifice points as well. So it's not like, say, Formula 1, where every round counts towards your championship. It's only your top scoring, either 5 or 6. It's a bit like Formula 1 back in the Senna days. It's your only top scoring 5 or 6 that count towards it. So even with Claridge not racing, it matters not. He will get minus 0 points, or 88. Whereas Brereton will be minus 2 scores. If someone else off and standing out of their card, so that's a problem for someone. There is Varent Kumar, your race leader, who will have one more lap to go. Last lap born shown for Kumar. His times have definitely fallen off though, track getting wetter. Fastest lap in this one for Kumar was a 1:04.9. On the last lap he just did a 1:07.5. Fingleton's fastest lap 1:05.5. He did that on the last lap actually. Harley Brereton did his fastest lap on the last lap as well. Okay, so it's probably just an error for Kumar and not actually the track getting any wetter. That was James Stafford, who we saw have a spin, and then it was Stephen Doyle who we saw pulled aside. But Stephen Doyle not running in this one. James Stafford had a last lap of 2 minutes. Oh no! It's the race leader Varent Kumar, who is off the track, and this is going to hand it to Jack Fingleton. Oh, disaster strikes on the last lap for Kumar, who has been excellent. It's really been a great race, but that is a very unfair moment for Kumar. And it is going to be Jack Fingleton who goes back to back. Fastest lap on the last lap as well for Fingleton. But Varent Kumar, what could have been? He would still take second. Has that penalty to be applied as well, but I think Brereton was too far behind, so that's not going to make a difference. Oh, and it gets worse for Brereton. He's been beaten on the line by Billy Green. So Billy Green takes the podium. Harley Brereton in fourth. Jack Craig is going to lead the novices and take fifth position. Colin McMahon in sixth. Then it's Oisin O'Sullivan and James Stafford ahead of Stephen Doyle. Drama in the T4 Minis. Jack Fingleton, your winner. Now time for our IAMI cadets, first of our IAMI second heats. And it was Ethan Woods who took the win in this one earlier on in the number 618. Bobby Conley gave him a good go, finishing in second. But Danny Murphy will be starting on pole position once again, with Bobby Conley in second. Third is Ollie Meredith. Ethan Woods starts fourth. Jack Harney in fifth, ahead of Sophie Campbell in sixth. Ethan Robinson starts in second, with Matea Dabija in eighth. Ben Lalu starts ninth, ahead of Ayla O'Brien in 10th. Tucker Frayne in 11th. Yanis Dobrin in 12th. And Mikolas Judicius in 13th. No championship battle in this one, of course. Danny Dempsey, winning up the championship in White River last week. And he's currently stood beside me, so definitely not out on track. Keep an eye, though, on Bobby Conley off the front row. Ethan Woods as well on row 2. It's a very strong outside line, actually. Conley, Woods and Campbell. It's difficult to go around the outside here. They'll be looking to tuck in as soon as possible. In the IAMI cadets, none of our race winners this season out on track, so it is a new opportunity for someone, as now we head towards the tram tracks and we go racing for the IAMI cadets. Good start, Campbell immediately pulling out a line, but Poleman Danny Murphy defends into the first corner. Second position, Bobby Conley hunting him down all the way through, and Conley might try a move into the hairpin. Late braking Bobby Conley, very close indeed. And is Bobby Conley going to be able to get the spot here? No, Danny Murphy stays in front. Excellent battling between the two. Still Danny Murphy in the race lead. Murphy and Conley. Danny Murphy 6th in the championship. Not featuring on the podium in any of the finals this year, but down towards the first corner they come. And Sophie Campbell now in 3rd position. Campbell had a great fight with teammate Ethan Robinson earlier on. It's a strong race lead for Danny Murphy, who's still at the top of the field here. But Campbell looking for 2nd place, looking to try get it over Bobby Conley. Fourth place in this one, Jack Harney. It's a good start to the race for Harney. Here comes Sophie Campbell, under pressure from Jack Harney, and that's Harney ahead. Jack Harney 6th in the opening heat this morning. And Sophie Campbell having to defend from 5th place now as well. 5th place Ethan Woods, of course, your winner in the heat this morning in the red race suit. Currently stays in 5th position, but this is very close racing indeed. And now look at this, this is Jack Harney down the inside on Bobby Conley. Lovely move from Harney, and Campbell's going to look to follow through. Tries it, sells Conley a dream. Brilliant switch back by Sophie Campbell. Up to 3rd position now. It's still very close at the front of this one, though. And now it is going to be a swap for the race lead. Danny Murphy, for the first time, going to lose the race lead in this heat. And that is going to go to Jack Harney. Still battling in towards the hairpin. Up 3 spots on the last lap was Jack Harney. And now in the race lead. This is an excellent performance so far by Harney. Danny Murphy in 2nd. Sophie Campbell still in 3rd. It's one of our closer fights today, definitely. As Ollie Meredith just getting in front of Ethan Robinson. This is in the fight down the order. Matej Dabisha as well involved in that fight with Ollie Meredith. Meredith getting in front of DMS's Ethan Robinson, and Meredith is going to look to keep defending in through the triple right-hander down towards the hairpin. But Ollie is under pressure from Ethan Robinson here, and a bit of a late breaking move by Dabisha behind. But Ollie Meredith just staying in front for the time being. And yes, has the exit. Ollie Meredith just in front. Jack Harney, your race leader. Danny Murphy second. Sophie Campbell in third. Ethan Woods in fourth. Bobby Connolly in fifth. Ollie Meredith in sixth. Head of Ethan Robinson, Matej Dabisha, Ada O'Brien, and then Tucker Frayne in 10th. Disappointing race so far for Ben Lalu, who finished 7th in the opening heat this morning. Jack Harney is off and away with this one at the front. It's another fastest lap, 57.2. And now Sophie Campbell up to second place, down the inside of Danny Murphy. Came alive last week, did Campbell, after the lunch break, and seems to be the same again. Was third in the earlier heat this morning, which is certainly not a bad result, but Sophie Campbell just driving a lot better. And DMS's Ballymena racer is in second position. Keep an eye on Ethan Woods though, remember won the earlier heat this morning. He currently sits in fourth. And it's just on the back of Danny Murphy. And Murphy down the inside of Sophie Campbell. And that is a mistake from Sophie. And now Ethan Woods is going to look for this one. Round for the final corner down the main straight. Ethan Woods wasn't able really to capitalise on that one in the end. But Sophie Campbell losing out. And Sophie Campbell still under pressure now from Ethan Woods. Woods had a good run for the first corner. Looking for the outside is Ethan Woods. It's a difficult move to make, but he's hoping for the inside line for the next couple of sections. But Sophie Campbell perseveres, doesn't give that up too easy. And Danny Murphy leading this, but Jack Harney is miles out in front. Jack Harney currently 5th in the championship. Another one who hasn't featured on the podium this season. And a mistake from Murphy. Campbell down the inside. Sophie Campbell, cutthroat. And now Ethan Woods is going to look for this on the inside. Connolly on a horrid outside line here. He's dumped onto the curb and Ethan Woods is through. Cutthroat by both Sophie Campbell and Ethan Woods. 2 laps to go. Great battle on our hands here on Miami Cadets, which is being eagerly watched by the champion Danny Dempsey alongside me. Sophie Campbell now has to defend, and Ethan Woods down the inside. Lovely move by Ethan Woods, who's up and ahead and into second place. Danny Murphy, the real loser in this one though, falling down to 4th from the pole. Will want to try and get back up the order, and runs a little bit wide, a little bit of a mistake, but he'll have one more lap to go at it. Jack Harney miles out in front, but it is Ethan Woods in second, Sophie Campbell in third, and then Danny Murphy in 4th position. And this is a great fight between Sophie Campbell and Ethan Woods. And we'll almost be sorry to see it end, but this has been a great battle. Campbell on the outside line. It takes bravery to go all the way around the outside here, and now Danny Murphy is on the inside and has pulled the wool over her eyes. Still Ethan Woods in second place though. Brilliant move from Danny Murphy. Saw Campbell looking for the outside, Caught Campbell maybe napping. Woods goes defensive. And now Danny Murphy looking for this one on the inside. And look at Sophie Campbell! Double dive bomb into the hairpin. What a move down the inside to take second place. That is excellent from Sophie Campbell. Rounding for the final corner. Ollie Meredith is going to get a position in this as well, ahead of Ethan Woods. Jack Harney takes the race win. We can't forget about that. But who comes home in second? Even the timing screen, not too sure. It was Sophie Campbell on the track. Yeah, results coming into us now. Sophie Campbell in second, Danny Murphy in third, Ethan Woods, in fourth, Ollie Meredith then in fifth. And it was Ethan Robinson, Bobby Connolly, Mate Jabajit, Ada O'Brien, Tucker Frayne, Yanis Dobrin. Then it was Mikolas Judisus and Ben Lalu. Now time for our Tillotson T4 Juniors, our monster grid on this one. And we have 34 karts. On the pole, Eddie Summers Jr., Billy Clancy alongside, Joey Carney, Ben O'Keefe, Pierre Carney, Sean Donegan, Samuel Harris, Joey Kearns, Saoirse McMahon, Wesley Breart in your top 10. Spencer Casey, Owen McNamara, Hugo Coleman, Fionn English, Ava McMahon, Richard Barescu, Tiernan O'Connor, Adrian Gill, Adam Lismore, and Nathan Mitchell. Your top 20. Then it is Emily Stafford, Nathan Strang, ahead of Ian Kenjarek, Kayla O'Sullivan, Luke Kelly, Ava Moore, Darren McMahon. Then it is Dominic Skrionski, ahead of Zach Battersby, Jake Murray, Callum McIntyre, Hyman Kenjarek, James King, Demir, Amir Hanoff. Here we go then. This should be a good one. A hectic but good one as we head towards the start-finish line, and we're underway. Good start from Summers on the inside, but Joey Carney immediately looking for it on the outside. Joey Carney gets the job done through turn number 1. What a move by the man running the O-plate, fighting for the championship on his championship rival round the outside. Brilliant move by Joey Carney. And Eddie Summers Jr. doesn't really know what's just hit him. Billy Clancy in this leader fight as well. Pierre Carney having a good start as well. Pierre doing a track walk at lunch, was making sure he knows every inch of this Kiltorcan raceway. And a little bit wide from Summers. That's going to invite Number 320, that's Ben O'Keefe into contention, and O'Keefe would really like a strong result here today. As they head down into the first corner. Billy Clancy and Joey Kearney leading for OHR. Eddie Summers Jr. in third, Ben O'Keefe in fourth, Samuel Harris then in fifth. Then it's Pierre Carnet, Sean Donegan, Spencer Casey. Someone gone into the wall at the back. Standing and out of the cart. Yellow flags are out. Billy Clancy now in the race lead, not Joey Kearney. Billy Clancy, what a start he's having. Finished third in the earlier heat this morning. There's two of them actually out, so we'll find out who that was at the end of this lap. But number 302, Eddie Summers, defending from Ben O'Keefe. As they all cycle their way through. It's the busiest Kiltorcan's potentially ever been. As involved in that collision, it was Darren McMahon and James King who have both gone dropping down the order. We had a couple of non-starters as well, but Darren and James did make the opening lap and have dropped down the order since. So teammates Clancy and Kearney at the front of this one. And then it is rival Eddie Summers Jr. behind. And a mistake for Billy Clancy. Joey Kearney doesn't need to be asked twice. Does not need to be asked twice. It's like putting out a chicken wing for a dog. It's going to be snatched. And as soon as Billy Clancy makes a mistake, Joey Kearney just takes that in his stride. Now leads here in the T4 Juniors. Eddie Summers Jr. wants to try and get past Billy Clancy as well and have a proper one-to-one tussle with his championship rival. And Summers Jr. down the inside barges his way past. Does not wait for an invitation. Makes his move. And now it is Kearney versus Summers at the front of this one. Joey Kearney, of course, the favourite for the championship. But Eddie Summers took the Heat 1 win earlier on. He knows he can beat him. Eddie Summers, the king of Kiltorcan in the T4 Juniors this year. Has not been beaten in a final here. Yet. We have the final coming up for these after. This is just Heat 2, of course. They're still racing for final position. Passion and pride and all those things amongst it. Here's Billy Clancy trying to return the favour kindly and looking for the outside line for the hairpin. Swaps to the inside line. Billy Clancy, contact made between himself and Summers on the outside of the circuit. That invites Ben O'Keefe through, and O'Keefe on the outside. Eddie Summers Jr. still close to it. But Ben O'Keefe sneaks his way through on Summers, and Summers from second to fourth in a handful of corners might just be second to fifth. That's Pierre Carnet who's putting him under some pressure from behind, or Samuel Harris, apologies, is putting him under some pressure from behind. And Samuel Harris looking for his way through in the greeny coloured race suit, or well, not greeny coloured, definitely green race suit. Joey Kearney's away at the front of this one. And Ben O'Keefe putting Clancy under some amount of pressure. I'm coming for you, says O'Keefe. Watch out. They're both trying to charge on and catch Joey Kearney. Ben definitely wants to catch and beat Joey Kearney. But he needs to take his time. Well, doesn't have a lot of time to catch Carney. 2 minutes plus a lap to go. Both teammates, these two, of course, as well. Ben O'Keefe racing for OHR. He's just not in the OHR colours today because it did nothing but rain this morning, so everyone's race suits are probably destroyed already. And if they weren't destroyed this morning, they were probably destroyed yesterday in the testing, because yesterday was also terrible weather-wise. But there's your race leader, Joey Carney, comfortable at the front of this one. Ben O'Keefe now charging down Billy Clancy for second position. O'Keefe fourth in the championship. Ben O'Keefe and Joey Carney had an unbelievable tussle when the Tillotsons were guest classing for RMC. O'Keefe and Carney, what a battle they had. It was an incredible day that day. Ben O'Keefe under pressure from Somers behind as well, who is looking to defend his championship chances and are slowly slipping away. And there is a lovely move. Oh, that's a lap car. Move there, going past, and that was a mistake from Clancy. And sneakily down the inside goes Ben O'Keefe. Very clever from the young man. 2 laps to go. Ben O'Keefe and Billy Clancy going at it. Oh, Somers trying to move down the inside, and that invites Samuel Harris through. Oh, and there's a love tap for good luck on the exit. Front right corner to rear left corner. Somers and Harris making contact. It's very similar to the last heat race, this one. Race leader miles out in front. And now Billy Clancy sneaks down the inside for second. Is Samuel Harris going to be the Sophie Campbell of this situation and a double dive bomb on the last lap? We're not on the last lap just yet. That'll be next trip round. In our jumbo-classed Tillotson T4 Juniors. Here we go then. 1 to go for Joey Carney in the second heat. 1 to go for Billy Clancy, Ben O'Keefe and Samuel Harris as well. Harris looking for the spot on Ben O'Keefe, but he's not able to find anything just yet. No move down the inside. O'Keefe is keeping it all bunched together. Keeping it on the inside lines. Last sector is where our overtakes have been made today, but they all look a little bit spaced out. Unless someone can get very brave on the brakes, Billy Clancy is going to come home in second. And this is where you got to get brave, but it was just too far-fetched for Samuel Harris. Joey Carney comes through the final corner. He'll take the win in the T4 Juniors. It will then be Billy Clancy who comes home in second. Ahead of Ben O'Keefe in third. Then Samuel Harris in fourth. Eddie Somers in fifth. Pierre Carnet is going to come home in sixth. Joey Cairns comes home in seventh. Sean Donegan in eighth, ahead of Spencer Casey. No, it does come home behind Donegan. Then it was Gill, McNamara, English, Coleman, O'Connor, and Kenzarek to round out the top 15. That was your T4 Juniors. Outside the top 15, we have Ian Kenzarek, Wesley Burton, Adam Lismore, Saoirse McMahon, as they're coming home now in front of you. Then was Ava McMahon just behind her sister, Jake Murray, Emily Stafford, Richard Berescu, Zach Battersby, Nathan Mitchell, Luke Kelly, Nathan Strang, and Amir Hanoff in the final classified finisher. So that was your T4 Juniors. We'll now have your Miami Juniors. Now time for our Miami X30 Juniors after a little bit of kart collection. Your winner of Heat 1 by quite some margin, Tyke Buckley, starts on pole position. Jack McLaughlin starts in second, but fell all the way down to 8th earlier on. Starting in third, Joel Murphy. In fourth, Ben McCloughery. Michaela Hart starts 5th. Chad Lehman in 6th. Eric Gilson starts in 7th, and of Aaron Murphy, Charlie Gardner and Conor O'Grady in 10th spot. Championship leader Adam Holmes starts on row 11 in 21st. And of course the championship permutations, still relatively unsure for this class in controversial circumstances after Tyke Buckley's exclusion in White River, whether it counts as a drop round or not. But whether it does or not, Tyke Buckley has been the pace setter here in Kiltorcan as we go racing, and it's an immediate lead for Tyke Buckley. They're swapping around for second and third, and Joel Murphy got a good launch off the inside line. Some wet spots starting to appear as it is Tyke Buckley who leads Joel Murphy. Spinner around. That's 735 who has had a bit of a moment, and that was Charlie Blair. It's disappointing for Charlie Blair, who has spun to the back. Saved it well though, did Charlie. It's a big race lead for Tyke Buckley. Jack McLaughlin in second, or Joel Murphy I should say in second, Jack McLaughlin in third, then Chad Lehman is in fourth, Ben McCloughery in fifth, ahead of Michaela Hart, Eric Gilson, and John Foley, Ben Connolly, Aaron Murphy, Declan Purvis. Then it's James Nolan, Martin Shannon, Jack Murphy and Zach Burke. Your top 15. Burke, of course, actually had a collision before the race start in heat number 1, so it's good to see he's made the opening lap at least. As the weather, not too sure what it wants to do, whether it wants to be sunny, whether it wants to rain. But for now, it is Tyke Buckley in the race lead. Joel Murphy is chasing him down though. The fastest lap of the race in that one actually went to the poleman, Jack McLaughlin. So very close between the top 3. Tyke Buckley with a massive Euro lean through the right-handers. Look at him, he's almost like he's flying out of the kart, looking very Euro indeed. And now, swap of positions, Murphy and McLaughlin. Murphy back up to second. That gives a bit of a leave to Tyke Buckley. Joel Murphy urging Jack McLaughlin to help him try catch the race leader. Jack McLaughlin only wants past the 7:16 in front of him. In heat number 1, Buckley was your winner ahead of Chad Lehman. Joel Murphy only finishing in 6th, so it's a turn of pace in the drier weather on the slicker tyres for Joel Murphy. Fastest lap of the race though does go to Tyke Buckley, so the catching certainly didn't work on the last lap. Joel Murphy 10th in the Miami Junior Championship. did get a podium in White River on the 22nd of June. He got 3rd place there, so that was the one podium appearance for Joel Murphy this season. And a strong podium at that. And now a big move down the inside by Jack McLaughlin. Late braking, that was a lovely pass by the 703 of Jack McLaughlin. And Joel Murphy now trying to hunt him down. A couple of other positional changes. Chad Lehman has just got past Eric Gilsonan. And then Adam Holmes working his way up to 14th past Zach Burke. Two minutes and 45 plus a lap to go in this one. As Tyke Buckley leads the Miami X30 Juniors. As there's definitely some dull clouds starting to appear in County Kilkenny once again. And definitely some spots of rain. Tyke Buckley leading by well over a second now, potentially a second and a half, ahead of 2nd place Jack McLaughlin and Joel Murphy. McCloughery in 4th ahead of Michaela Hart. In 5th as we're looking at your race leader Tyke Buckley heading down towards turn number 1. Tyke Buckley with 4 final wins this year. Didn't take the win in Kiltorcan last time we came here though. That went to Adam Holmes in a very strong performance on the 4th of May. Holmes now up to 12th, just got past James Nolan, or just got past Martin Shannon I should say, but James Nolan has also got past Martin Shannon. So that is now Adam Holmes up to 12th position, but it's nowhere near where he really wants to be racing. So there's 38 seconds left in this one. Tyke Buckley, you can see there at the front. As we take a look at Ben McCloughery under a lot of pressure from Michaela Hart. That's in the battle for 4th position. So McCloughery and Hart right close to each other there. As there is your leader. If you're wondering why Tyke Buckley looks like he's being he's being thrown out of the cart at every second. No, it's not. He's not done his training. It's tactical. What Tyke Buckley's trying to do, and we might get a look at it in towards turn number 1, is he's trying to lift the rear axle with his lean. So he leans, there he goes, bang, leans to the left. That's lifting the rear axle of the cart on the right hand side, which is giving him a better turn in. So it is tactical. The best karters in the world are exceptional at it. That is, it's known as the Euro lean. That's why you might hear some guys saying they're looking very Euro. It's Euro lean. Tyke Buckley, one of the best in the country at it. Dylan McDermott, very good at it as well. But just lifting the rear axle on the side that you're turning in on, so leaning the opposite way to the corner basically. You're going with the flow of the G-force. We're on the last lap though, and Tyke Buckley was slowly being clawed in by Jack McLaughlin, but it is going to be Tyke Buckley who's going to take the win, and a second heat win for Buckley, 2 for 2. Jack McLaughlin comes home in second, Joel Murphy in third, Ben McClory fourth, and Ben Connolly in fifth. Oh, what's happened to Michaela Hart? Michaela Hart's gone dropping down the order, and it's not a strong result for Michaela Hart. She's gone off somewhere. There is yellow flags waving in the penultimate hairpin, and I think that's where Michaela Hart has made contact, potentially with Ben McClory. That's who she was fighting with. Unfortunate for Hart, goes dropping down the order, but your top 10, Buckley, McLaughlin, Murphy, McClory, Connolly, Lehman, Murphy, Gilson and Nolan, Adam Holmes. That is the end of our junior karts. It's on to senior racing now. We'll start with Tillotson's. Now Tillotson T4 seniors out on track for their second heat, 8 minutes and a lap. And on pole, Tyler Brereton. Josh Allen alongside him with Brian Wilson in third. Luke Palmer starts in fourth. Luke Kavanagh starts in fifth position ahead of Robert Butler in sixth. And it's Warren Russell who starts alongside, or sorry, Jack Mackenzie Smith, who starts alongside Warren Russell. Heat number 1 was won by Josh Allen, Tyler Brereton in second. Then it was Peter Brett who worked his way all the way from 10th up, and he'll have to do the same again, I'm afraid. Adam Perry in 11th, then it is Adam Butler, Elijah Mooney, Dermot Toomey, Niall Leahy, Evan Darcy, Ben McNulty, Michael Gallagher. That's your top 18. Well, you're 18. we go then. Brereton on the inside. Josh Allen on the outside. Death staring each other down towards the tram tracks. No love lost there as Tyler Brereton gets us underway down towards the first corner. It's a much better start for Josh Allen though as they merge together. Brereton stays in the race lead. Luke Palmer already up to third spot. And Josh Allen hunting down the Kiltorcan in the lead of this race. Championship, of course, in this class already decided. Aaron Coogan, your champion. And not racing this to avoid any penalties or exclusions, of course. And there is Luke Palmer looking to get past Josh Allen in the number 404. But what a lead for Tyler Brereton. Off and away with this one. Tyler Brereton, the only driver other than Aaron Coogan to win a heat, or to win a final I should say, this season. Tyler Brereton winning in Watergrass Hill, Aaron Coogan winning everywhere else. As the Tillotsons crumble and pop down to the first corner. Luke Palmer's got past Josh Allen. And Luke Palmer, or no, he hasn't actually. Josh Allen's still in front. So it is Tyler Brereton ahead of Josh Allen, Luke Palmer, Robert Butler, Warren Russell, Ryan Wilson, Peter Brett, Luke Kavanagh, and Jack Mackenzie Smith and Adam Perry, your top 10. That's Warren Russell you're looking at, the 407, attacking Robert Butler. Down to the first corner, or not the first corner, down to the third sector, I should say. He had to go down to the first corner, wasn't able to make it stick. And now he's having another look, and this time is able to make it stick. Toe to toe. A wave of the hand from Warren Russell. Not for the first time today either. And Russell gets the position. Peter Brett up to 5th and looking for spaces as well. But Warren Russell is now up to 3rd in this race. So what's happened to Tyler Brereton? Where is Tyler Brereton? He's not in the lead of the race anymore. It is Josh Allen who is in the lead, and there is a cart stopped, and for the second time today I fear it's the race leader who's pulled off. And it is Tyler Brereton. All he had to do was drive the cart home, and unfortunately it's ground to a halt. We saw it happen to Robbie Lyons earlier on. It's now just happened to Tyler Brereton. How bad luck can you get? And there it is. That's the wounded Tillotson of PBR's Tyler Brereton. Meaning this is now a race lead fight between Josh Allen and Luke Palmer. Luke Palmer and Peter Brett. Sorry, Luke Palmer, Peter Brett and Dermot Toomey. How could I forget Dermot? All three have won British 24-hour races. Palmer won it with the Raceview Academy. Whereas Brett and Toomey won it with Apex Twin Racing literally a month or so ago. Palmer will be heading to the T4 Nations Cup as well. Peter Brett, though, how impressive was he last time out in White River? It was his first podium in a race kart. And who did he hold off to get it? He didn't just hold off a backmarker, no, he held off the world champion Noah Rosser, who was over from Florida racing. Noah did a quick tour of Ireland, and he described it himself that he was doing a pub tour with karting in between. But he decided he'd race in the Tillotson Ireland Championship, and Peter Brett held him off. Now, look at this battle between first and second. Josh Allen and Luke Palmer. And Josh Allen just about doing enough to hold the race lead, but Palmer down the inside. Push to pass, block manoeuvre for Luke Palmer. And that is exactly how you make an overtake around Kiltorcan. Totally blocked them off. now going to try and extend this gap and can keep this race lead, but that's not going to be easy. When you have Josh Allen behind you, won the opening heat this morning, did Josh Allen. So it is Luke Palmer now in the race lead, Josh Allen second, and still Warren Russell leading Peter Brett for third. Brian Wilson up to fifth, I should say. Then it's Jack Mackenzie Smith up to sixth. Robert Butler down 2 to 7. Then Kavanagh, Perry, Mooney. Your top 10. Here is Josh Allen. But not close enough just yet. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. In Heat 2 of the Tillotson T4 Seniors. Remember, we'll have a full rotation again of all these for the championship finals. Well, they're not all championship finals, but some of them are deciding the championships. The likes of the Miami Cadets and the T4 Seniors are already decided in advance. Danny Dempsey and Aaron Coogan winning those two. Black and white flag shown to Josh Allen, so he's been given the warning finger once again. Very close between these two. You just feel any second Josh Allen could try a move at any given moment, and he's right on the bumper of Luke Palmer now. Luke having a better triple left-hander though. Luke having a better triple left-hander and staying in front. So 2 more laps after this one. We have 40 seconds on the clock, which means it will be 1 more to complete the time and the plus lap. Fastest lap in this race, just beaten by Warren Russell, who's in third. There's problems for Jack Mackenzie Smith somewhere. He's gone falling down the order. And still falling down the order, so he's not rejoined the racing surface. Jack Mackenzie Smith is out of this. Was 10th in the opening heat. Currently sits 5th in the championship. There he is. That's Jack Mackenzie Smith over in the background by Marshall Post 4. As Luke Palmer, heading on to the final lap, has pulled the gap here. He's in the race lead by a margin now of 0.5 of a second. It was only a handful of tenths, but now 5. And Warren Russell with another fastest lap. You feel he might be able to go for second. Now here is Luke Palmer. Just a handful of more corners to go until he's going to wrap up the second heat with the T4 Seniors, unless Josh Allen can lunge one down the inside here, but chooses not to. He's just going to settle for second space. Luke Palmer coming through the final couple of corners. It was very disappointing for Tyler Burton, though, who, remember, was in the lead of this one and had to pull off. So Luke Palmer takes the second heat victory. Josh Allen comes home in second. Warren Russell in third. Then it was Peter Brett who comes home in fourth. Brian Wilson in 5th, ahead of Luke Kavanagh in 6th. Robert Butler comes home in 7th. Adam Perry taking 8th, ahead of Elijah Mooney in 9th. Max O'Neill in 10th. Then it was Adam Butler, Niall Leahy, Evan Darcy, Ben McNulty, Michael Gallagher, rounding out your top 15. We'll stick with T4 Seniors, and it'll be our heavier weighted category of the T4 Senior 168s coming up in just a few moments. Now our Tillotson T4 Senior 168s for their second heat. And your winner in race number 1, Ryan Herson, trying to steal Niall's day in the limelight. But on the pole is Colin Manelli, Scott Garvey starting in second, Kyle Kavanagh in third, Ryan Herson then in fourth. So his second row on the outside is where you keep an eye on Ryan Herson. Then it is Niall Herson, Eddie Roach, Thomas Croke, Mark Orman, Peter McBride and Anthony Holland. So Colin Manelli in the front, in the green. Alongside him, Scott Garvey. Kyle Kavanagh, keep an eye on him as well on row 2, starting in third, so that'll be the inside, as he is in championship battle with Niall Herson, but it's very difficult for him with the lead Niall Herson has. But let's see then, what will the Tillotson T4 Senior 168s bring to the second heats? As down into the tram tracks, start-finish lights drop. Brilliant start for Scott Garvey on the outside, looking for the race lead, but Colin Manelli defends. They're 2 by 2 for the rest of the positions. Heading through the right-hander now. It is still Colin Manelli in the race lead, Scott Garvey in second. But it's a brilliant start once again by Heat 1 winner Ryan Herson, who's looking for second spot in that 5:03 with the white helmet and the dark blue suit. They've all made it safely through, navigating the opening lap. Colin Manelli has a little bit of a race lead, but Scott Garvey is under a huge amount of pressure from Ryan Herson. Kyle Kavanagh not getting the start he would have dreamed of, losing places. I think Niall Herson is already ahead of him. Here comes Ryan Herson down towards the first corner. Is he going to lunge down the inside? No, just a minute, pulls out of the slipstream. Not able to make a move. Kyle Kavanagh is still in front of Niall Herson, but for how much longer? It is Manelli, Garvey, Ryan Herson, Roach, Kavanagh, Niall Herson, who's actually down a place. So they're actually both down places. But Kyle Kavanagh down more. Eddie Roach up 2. Then it is Mark Orman, Thomas Croke, Peter McBride and Anthony Holland. Both McBride and Holland not making the field. Look at Ryan Herson almost pushing Scott Garvey through the corners. And now down around the outside he goes, Ryan Herson, and that's going to invite Eddie Roach into the fight here in number 505. Herson trying it the long way around the outside. Very difficult to do so. We're 1, 2, 3, 4 wide, almost down towards the first corner. Scott Garvey in second, and then who knows who's where. It is Ryan Herson who's still in front. Niall Herson looking for the spots as well in 501. He's ahead of Kyle Kavanagh, crucially. Not ahead of Eddie Roach and Ryan, however. What a time to be Colin Manelli, though. Miles out in front because of all the battling. And that is, unfortunately, Eddie Roach, who's just been pipped for 2 spots. Both Niall Herson and Kyle Kavanagh going by, and Kavanagh knows he kind of really needs to get by Niall Herson if he wants any chance of a championship here. Niall Herson is in the red race suit and white helmet, and that is Kyle Kavanagh behind him in the green. The front of this train is still Scott Garvey in number 515. Then it's Ryan Herson and Niall Herson. Here comes Ryan Herson, down the inside, not able to make the move. Stays behind for the time being. 4 minutes and 40 plus a lap to go in Heat 2 of the T4 Senior 168s. weaving their way down the straight. Is anyone going to look for a move? No, they all stay single file. We have a snake of senior 168s going around County Kilkenny. No one popping out of line just yet. You know, it's too important. The consequences are too large for if they pop out of line and make a mistake, and that would be losing, well, in Scott Garvey's case, potentially 4 spots. No moves on just yet. Still single file. This is very impressive, actually, from the senior 168. And there's a bit of a mistake, and that is for Kyle Kavanagh in 5:07, who's at the back of this train. But still no overtakes arriving. The door is firmly closed shut from Scott Garvey, who's not letting anyone budge. So 1:40 plus 1 lap to go here in the T4 Senior 168s. Niall Herson looking to wrap up the championship today. And Niall Herson looking to overtake Ryan Herson. Inter-Herson battle. No moves just yet. The wins have been decently enough spread this season. Niall Herson winning 3 in the final. Colin Manelli has won 2. And then Eddie Roach picking up the win. Eddie Roach picking up the win in White River. That's how you say that track's name. White River in June. So we'll have 2 more laps to go for the Senior 168 heat number 2. Just a reminder that this is actually not the battle for the lead. Colin Manelli is in the lead by 6.1 seconds. That's a mistake for Scott Garvey, and there was a little bit of a nudge there. That invites Ryan Herson into it, and Niall Herson says, nah, I'm having a go. Sound. Goodbye, Ryan, says Niall. He's up, he's ahead. The minute one of them moved out of line, Niall Herson has pounced, and that's why he's looking to go for back-to-back championships. Niall Herson up to 2nd place to all but confirm himself as Senior 168 champion. He just has to exist in the final almost at this point, and he will take the victory. Last lap board shown to Colin Manelli, who you just saw fly down to the first corner. And now as we take a closer look at Herson, Garvey, Herson, and then Kyle Kavanagh at the back. Kavanagh needs to be ahead of all 3 of these realistically, and he needs Herson to be where he is now, which just seems a little bit impossible at this stage in the race, and especially with how well they're all driving. So Niall Herson from Warren Point, just getting ahead and pulling a gap for second place. But speaking of getting ahead and pulling a gap, the man of the moment is Colm Manelli, who's going to take victory in the senior 168s. And there he is, Colm Manelli takes the checkered flag. Niall Herson will take second. Who's going to get third? Is it going to be Ryan Herson? Is it going to be Scott Garvey? It'll be Scott Garvey. Ahead of Ryan Herson, Kyle Kavanagh, Eddie Roach, Mark Gorman, and unfortunately Thomas Croke not seeing the race to a conclusion. But Colm Manelli wins the 168s, our final heat race of the year, coming up with Miami X30 Seniors. So our final heat of the Tillotson Ireland Karting Championships. And it is our Miami X30 Seniors. The winner earlier on, Jack Buckley, starting fourth. Sean Hogan, his champion rival, on the pole. Andre Davisha starts in second, Jack Dillon in third. And it is Jamie English, Luke Agnew, Keith Burke, Jack Crockwell, Martin Foley, Richie Faulkner, Emer Carey, Daniel Kavanagh, Shane Crosby, Shane O'Neill, Clara O'Regan. That's your running order. As I'm probably going to commentators curse this, but we haven't had a lot of wave rounds today. They're all bunched up down towards the tram tracks. All being given a quick thumbs up. It is Hogan on the inside, Davisha on the outside. Andre Davisha is very fast at the start, as really, I haven't just done that, have I? We've been given the red flag. Why did I say anything? Why we're being given the red flag? Not too sure. They're being given a talking to. That's why we're being given the red flag. Sean Hogan having some problems on the grid. The poleman not able to get started by the looks of things. He's going to give it a push start here. Cool runnings down the straight in Kiltorcan. Is it going to work? No, he's pushing us to the pits. Oh, dearie me. Sean Hogan, who is not going to be too fond of the marshals for stopping. He's not the only one, actually. We have two who will not be making the start of this race because they were stopped on the grid before for a bit of a talking to. The details of such talking to I am not too sure of, but that means we're going to be a fairly shuffled up order here. Andre Davigia immediately taking that inside line, and we're going to be waved around. I really put my foot in saying that, didn't I? So since Evan had the bright idea to say that we have been good at the start, not doing the wave rounds, we have had a red flag and a wave around and no race. That one is understandable though. We were not bunched up and we've lost two karts, one being the poleman Sean Hogan, who's fighting for a championship. There's got to be some stern words in the paddock from him afterwards, that's for sure. Probably saying, why couldn't we have done that beforehand? But everyone was put in the same situation. Yeah, not too sure about that. But anyways, we have a race in our hands still. 8 minutes plus the lap. Andre Davigia on pole. Jack Dillon now will become the second place man. And Jack Buckley, series leader, will now start from third, but also have a clear line down to the first corner. Oh no, he won't, sorry, that would be no, it is Jack Buckley who will have a clear line down to the first corner. So Davigia has just moved. Dillon is still in the same spot. Andre Davigia taking the pole position, and down to the first corner we go. Davigia in the race lead. Dillon immediately defending from Jack Buckley. Buckley not able to make a move, but he is tucked up right behind Jack Dillon in towards the hairpin. And now down the inside, argy-bargy from Jack Buckley. Oh, and a spin round. That's Jack Dillon. And he's held that very well indeed. Or was it Jack Dillon? Might have been Luke Agnew maybe, but we'll see. Who lost spots on the start. Yeah, no, it wasn't Jack Dillon. It was Luke Agnew who went round, so Luke's not had a great morning. The afternoon hasn't started much better. We have a mechanical flag for Daniel Kavanagh. So that's the end of his race. But Andre Davigia leads by 1.2 seconds. Jack Buckley in second, Jack Dillon in third, and Keith Burke in fourth, Jack Crockwell in fifth. Then it is Jamie English, Martin Foley, Emer Carey, Great Star Carey up three, Daniel Kavanagh, who race will end eventually, Shane O'Neill, Clara O'Regan, Luke Agnew, Shane Crosby, and then Sean Hogan and Richie Faulkner ending up in the pits. So Faulkner had issues early on. As they start the second lap. No one peeling into the pits just yet, so that's being ignored. This is Jack Dillon under pressure from Keith Burke. An infamous scheme is Keith Burke now at this point with the green and blue helmet in contrast to Oren Henry's famous orange. The orange race suit's synonymous with Irish karting this year, certainly. Oren Henry Racing have had some amount of success. And they're going to have some championships to their name as well. Already do have some championships to their name. T4 Senior, Aaron Coogan, Oren Henry Racing. Miami Cadet though. We weren't able to get that one. That one went to turn 3. Danny Dempsey. We're going to have some more by the end of the day. Well, hopefully the end of the day, all going well. If the titles are decided then, which racing has been clean so far. Still Andre Daviger in the lead of this one, but he is being clawed in by Jack Buckley. This is going to be a fight. This is going to be a fight. 3 heat wins for Buckley this year, 3 for Hogan. Daviger came so close in White River, but it was turn 4 in the last lap where he lost the win. The annoying thing that day for Andre Daviger was it was his own error that lost him that one as well. Or well, a card error, and I mean he's just been taken there by Jack Buckley like nobody's business. Buckley into the race lead, 1 hand on the championship, 1.5 even for Jack Buckley, given the no score that Sean Hogan will get in this heat, which will leave him with a very poor starting position. This is Keith Burke we're looking at, battling with Jack Dillon. This is the fight for third, as Jack Buckley is just driving away from Daviger now in the race lead. So, still Buckley, Daviger, Dillon, your top 3. Burt fourth, English, Crockwell, Carey, no changes there. Luke Agnew slowly working his way up the field. And he is in 8th position now, up 1 spot ahead of Martin Foley. Then it's Shane O'Neill, Clara O'Regan and Shane Crosby. Daniel Kavanagh pulled into the pits 3 laps ago for that mechanical flag. And he's 3 laps down in 12th position. I think he stayed in the pits, to be honest. He hasn't come back out just yet, just not all the time. 2 minutes and 20 plus a lap in your final heat of the day, and then we go to the all-important finals. Brilliant move by Keith Burke, but Jack Dillon sells him a dream. And Burke switched back beautifully, now dives down the inside, nudge between the two. Burke gives Dillon the squeeze. Jack Dillon holds on. Excellent racer is Jack Dillon. Oh, more contact between the two. This is shoulders out. It's a rugby match in the final sector of Kiltorcan. And Keith Burke does take the place. Very hairy for a moment, both lucky to not end up off the circuit. Agnew getting another spot in that last lap. He's just got ahead of Emer Carey. So Agnew up to 7th position now in kart 8.06. We have this lap plus 1 more to go in the Miami Xfinity Seniors. It is Jack Buckley in a comfortable race lead ahead of Andre Davish. Keith Burke and Jack Dillon, third and fourth. We'll actually have one more after this. The last lap board not being shown. Time would have had a couple of seconds left on it, I think, when Buckley crossed the line. Coming into this one though, Sean Hogan needed to outscore Jack Buckley by about 12 points, and it's gone quite the opposite way really, with the issue for Sean Hogan at the start of this race as well. It's not looking good for Hogan, unfortunately. So Jack Buckley starts the final lap of the race. Andre Davish in second. Keith Burke, Jack Dillon, Jamie English, Jack Rothwell, Luke Agnew, Emer Carey, Martin Foley, Shane O'Neill in the top 10. No real battles out on the circuit, all fairly single file, although I have just seen Luke Agnew dive down the inside of Jack Rothwell, so that is Agnew up another spot and into 6th position. And Jack Dillon, third and fourth. Jack Buckley, though, who's running through the final couple of corners now, who's going to go back-to-back in the heats and take a second heat victory ahead of Andre Davish. They'll finish as they did the top two in heat number one. Buckley leads home Davish. Then it is Burke in third, Jack Dillon in fourth, Jamie English in fifth, Luke Agnew in sixth ahead of Jack Rothwell in seventh. And it is Emer Carey, Martin Foley, Shane O'Neill, Clara O'Regan, Shane Crosby and Daniel Kavanagh. Heat racing is completed for the Tillotson Ireland Karting Championship 2025. Now it is our finals where we will crown some champions. First up, T4 Pambinos. A few moments time.
with her.
Ah, no, well done. Why, you got plenty of light?
It is final time for round 7 of the Tillotson Ireland Karting Championship. Our finals of the year. I'm impressed at how smoothly that actually rolls off the tongue. But anyways, it is our T4 Bambinos who are up first, and this has been a controversial, or sorry, not controversial, a dramatic class today. Definitely not controversial. These are all excellent racers. A dramatic class today when Robbie Lyons had a failure while leading. So that really puts the championship open. I'm not too sure at where that leaves the points, because they're not updated live, unfortunately. What I can tell you is Danny Clancy is on pole. Second is Ollie Keneally, Dara Fitzgibbon. Then it is Robbie Lyons. Then we have Emerson Hannon, Frankie Hamilton, and Lauren Hamilton. So it'll be a standing start for the Bambinos as always. As there is Robbie Lyons in fourth. Hopefully all issues fixed for him. It really was unfair while leading. But, as we've seen, not the only leader that has had that issue. And now, let's let battle commence for the final time. The T4 Bambinos, excellent start. Ollie Keneally, who is into the race lead very early on. Cracking start from him. Gives him every possibility of winning this one. And he'd love a final win with Ollie Keneally. He's the only one in the top 5 of the championship to not have stood on the podium, let alone not win. Everyone else in the top 5 of the championship has taken a win at some point, apart from Ollie Keneally, and we have a spin around. And oh no, it's Robbie Lyons. It is championship leader Robbie Lyons. And this is all pointing the way of Danny Clancy. Robbie Lyons has not had the best of days. It is all pointing the way of Danny Clancy, who now leads ahead of Ollie Keneally in second. And then in third place, it is Frankie Hamilton. Or sorry, no, that's actually not even the leaders. The 2 leaders are way out in front. Ollie Keneally, there's Keneally. And then it's Dara Fitzgibbon. Apologies, I thought that was the leaders. But it is Ollie Keneally who leads. Dara Fitzgibbon in second. Danny Clancy is in third as Lauren Hamilton is being told to close her visor on the messages board. And now this is Emerson Hannon, who's defending off Danny Clancy. A great racer is Emerson, taking the win in White River. His dad will be looking to win the prestigious Leinster Trophy next weekend in Mondello. Something maybe we'll see Emerson racing for in the future, but certainly will be racing in plate races to come. Both him and his dad, supported by Tim Murray Racing. Oh, by Tim Murray. I'm not sure the official name of his team, to be honest, but Tim Murray, certainly a legend of the paddock. So, we've someone spun round, and is that Emerson? I'm not too sure, but we will see. This is still Ollie Keneally in the race lead. Second place, Dara Fitzgibbon. Third place, no, Emerson Hannon. So it wasn't Emerson that had the spin, it was Lauren Hamilton who had the spin round, not Emerson. Emerson still in third, Danny Clancy in fourth, Robbie Lyons in fifth. So for Robbie, this is going okay, because that is him only one spot behind his championship rival, but it all depends on that heat where he didn't finish. As this is a brilliant battle for the race lead with 2 minutes and 50 to go. The T4 Bambino Championship is up in arms, certainly. It is pointing the way of Danny Clancy for me. Robbie will take this as a drop round. So it all really depends on what points Danny Clancy scores here today. Robbie's lowest round before this was 80 points. So he's going to score less than that today, surely, only doing one heat in the final. So it all depends on what Danny Clancy scored in the heats. He finished fourth and won one. His lowest drop, 81. So if he scores more, if he scores 82 points today, 82 or 83, he will be the champion. 82 would be... Yeah, it would really depend on the drop. It's a very confusing situation in the T4 Bambinos. Who would have thought the most confusing championship battle would be amongst our youngest and newest racers in the Tillotson karting world? But it is, and they're providing the entertainment. And Ollie Keneally is driving a very impressive defensive performance for someone who's not been in this scenario ever. He is driving exceptional. His best result was fourth twice. He scored a fourth position in White River, and he scored a fourth in that boy this year. So anything above fourth, and he is getting there. 5-second time penalty for Danny Clancy. So Danny Clancy picking up a 5 seconds. I would imagine it's a start infringement if it's been given mid-race. As Robbie Lyons has had even more problems. Robbie Lyons is now last, or second last in this. He's just got past Lauren Hamilton. So he's behind Frankie Hamilton. Ollie Keneally once again defensive lines. There is no way through for Dara Fitzgibbon. Dara Fitzgibbon is stuck behind, and there'll only be one more lap left for Ollie Keneally, and what a way it would be, 10, 20, 25, if he could take a win here. Last lap board will be shown. Dara Fitzgibbon, a one-time winner this season. He won in that boy. As Keneally leads into the first corner. Second in both of the earlier heats was Ollie Keneally. So he definitely has the pace here at Kiltorcan. He's up to speed. Despite his two best results not actually coming at Kiltorcan, but I suppose it is the only track we visited 3 times. So you would get to know it like the back of your hand at that point. A couple more sectors to go for Ollie Keneally. few more sectors to go for Danny Clancy to potentially crown himself champion, but there will be an official verdict on that later on based on the drop rounds. It is too close and complicated to call on the fly, certainly. But Ollie Keneally, couple more corners to go for his best ever result in Irish karting. And despite not finishing on the podium at all this season, Ollie Keneally is rounding through the final corners, and he is going to take a win in the or is he going to take a win? It's going to be a bit of a drag race. Oh, is this going to be snatched from Ollie Keneally to the line? No, it isn't. Ollie Keneally wins for the first ever time in his young karting career. What a brilliant win for Ollie, and well deserved. Dara Fitzgibbon did the fastest lap on the last lap, but unfortunately it was not enough. Emerson Hannon comes home on the podium as well. It's his third podium of the season for Emerson Hannon, and a first third place. Frankie Hamilton and Robbie Lyons bring us home. Robbie Lyons comes home in fourth, so Robbie's actually beaten Danny Clancy. So Danny had a problem somewhere on the last lap. I haven't a clue who's won the T4 Bambino Championship. Someone at a lot higher of an officiation role will call that one than me. But that was a chaotic final for the T4 Bambinos. But one thing we know for certain is Ollie Keneally is going to be very happy going to school in the morning. A win in the T4 Bambinos. We have T4 Minis coming up next. So now it's time for our T4 Mini final. And the battle for the championship in this one between Claridge and Brereton. But it's not as close as the Bambinos. Brereton has not had the day he maybe wished of. Again, it's going to come down to the weird drop rounds. But unfortunately, it's just the way karting works. Nonetheless, the standout performer today has been Jack Fingleton, who won both of the earlier heats and will start on the pole. Harley Burton in second, Billy Green in third. Varent Kumar starts in fourth. What an unfortunate moment he had at the end of Heat 2. Was leading and spun on the last lap. Then it will be Jack Craig who starts in fifth. Oisin O'Sullivan, Max Cooling, Stephen Doyle, Jay Murphy, James Stafford, Cullen McMahon and Dermot Claridge. Not sure if Claridge is actually out on circuit once again, but we will get a verdict on that nonetheless. Here we go then. So Fingleton on the inside, Harley Burton on the outside. Down towards the tramp track, Sam, for the final time. Let's let battle commence for the T4 Minis. What a start. Harley Burton means business. Knows a result is needed into the race lead. The young man from Rathangan, County Kildare, leading in the T4 Minis. Second place, that is still Jack Fingleton, who still has the pace. And then it is Billy Green in third, in the OHR suit, or OHR coloured suit at least. So they're still scrapping their way through here. A wave on from Max Cooling, telling a rival to go ahead. That's rare, you see that. It is Harley Burton in the race lead. Jack Fingleton in second. Billy Green third. James Stafford Jr. up 6 positions to fourth. What a start by Stafford. Kumar in fifth. Doyle, Craig, Cooling, Murphy, McMahon, O'Sullivan. No Dermot Claridge out on track, but it's still entered for some reason. Fingleton right close to Harley Burton now. Jack Fingleton has been the pace setter in this class all day, so Harley Burton is going to find it difficult to stay in front of him. And Billy Green has been quite quick as well. Here comes Jack Fingleton down the inside. Lovely move. Points the finger forward. A lot of jazz hands out on track today, and Burton is going to fight this one back. Oh, look at Billy Green. Double slipstream for Green, and big push on Burton from Jack Fingleton. Burton was almost pushed onto the gravel. That is rough and ready racing from the race leader, Jack Fingleton. Aggressive defensive manoeuvre from Fingleton, and Burton now wants the inside line. This might have just got personal for Harley Burton, who's still looking for this around the outside. Plants it then on the inside to make sure Billy Green doesn't have an avenue to attack, and Billy Green will stay behind for the time being. Now, still right close. Fingleton's not been able to pull a gap. Harley Burton is winning, and Fingleton's ran wide, and Harley Burton, as he pulled out of the toe too early, they're weaving their way and snaking their way down Kiltorcan's main straight, and Harley Burton's clipped the bumper of Fingleton, and that almost was very close to contact between the two. Billy Green, kind of just like Jaws now, sat behind, waiting to pounce, waiting for something to happen. Just sitting menacingly. This is a brilliant scrap between Jack Fingleton and Harley Burton, though, for the win in the T4 Minis. No championship endeavours for either of these. This is pure raw racing and passion, and Harley Burton is looking for this on the inside. Fingleton now inside, Billy Green now inside, and they're all trying to share the same space of asphalt. It's not going to work that way. Someone has to be on the outside. Yellow flags, though, double waved yellows. Someone has pulled off, and it is the 218 of Jack Craig. That is very unfortunate for Jack, because he had a great day and was the quickest novice arguably out there. Burton and Fingleton side by side, and oh, contact between the two. Black and white flag for Fingleton, and then they touch again. 4 minutes plus a lap to go in this one, and it's a brilliant fight involving Jack Fingleton and Harley Burton. And Billy Green as well, of course. We can't forget Billy Green. Defensive manoeuvre from Fingleton once again in the 211. One win this season for each of these. Harley Burton won in Athboy, and then Jack Fingleton and White River, neither winning in Kiltorcan. All the Kiltorcan rounds so far were won by Dermot Claridge, your championship leader. Once again, defensive manoeuvre from Jack Fingleton. Burton doesn't go for the overtakes, just sits on the bumper. You don't want to get a bumper penalty out of this. And Harley Burton still on the tail of Fingleton, driving excellently behind. And this is good defence from Fingleton as well. This is very strong defending. Burton is struggling to find a way through, despite having the initial pace. And dejected Jack Craig still stood at the side of these corners. I gotta go by him now. That cart and driver are all cleared, so they are still ready to go at race pace. Billy Green just sat behind these as well. What a scrap to see out the air in the T4 mini class. 2 minutes 20 seconds plus 1 lap to go. Brereton once again doesn't go for the move at the turn 1. Doesn't really like going for it at turn number 1. He'd rather sit behind Fingleton and carry the momentum through the triple right-hander and down towards the hairpin. This section of track is where Brereton is very strong. Watch him tuck into the curb. They both do that time. A quick glance of awareness from Harley Brereton to see how Billy Green is getting on. And Billy Green is right behind the two of them. And down the inside goes Billy Green. That's how Billy Green's getting on. But Harley Brereton was aware to it because of that glance. Knew it was coming. Switchback completed. That gives a little bit of breathing room for Jack Fingleton with 1.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go in the T4 Minis. Full slick tyres. The track is at its quickest. It's a brilliant race between these two. These three. Green is making it just as dramatic. And every move from Brereton and Fingleton has to be calculated because of that. Lap car gets out of the way. That was Jay Murphy, who's running down in 9th. Now, Fingleton, even more defensive. The more time that goes on, the less chances that Harley Brereton has to try and win this race. He looks for the outside. He's pulled out of the toe very early here. And Harley Brereton has just waved off Fingleton. He's just waved him off on the straight. Down to turn number 1, he's just told him, just go away. Harley Brereton, attitude at its finest, but this really is a brilliant race and Harley is taking this battle personally. Harley probably knows that Fingleton is pushing him right to the edge. Brereton doesn't like it. We'll have one more lap after this. Harley Brereton technically led it over the line the last time. And this could be another last lap corker. We've had a lot of them in Irish karting in 2025. And Billy Green's going to ruin the fun for Brereton. Billy Green is up to 2nd. And now Jack Fingleton has a gap. And Billy Green wants to try and make this his own. Jack Fingleton leads with 1 lap to go. Billy Green and Harley Brereton are going to fight for 2nd here. And Jack Fingleton might be able to complete the trifecta of race wins here at Kiltorcan. Brereton back down the inside, but not able to make it stick. Harley Brereton will be vexed at the nudging down the straight potentially from Fingleton. The stewards may have a look at it, but Fingleton drove excellently through every corner to defend from the number 206, and he is going to take a rightfully earned final victory and a 2nd of the year for Jack Fingleton. Who's going to take 2nd? Is it going to be Harley Brereton? Is it going to be Billy Green? Billy Green on the outside. Here comes Jack Fingleton. An excellent final win, but the two are still battling behind. Harley Brereton will get 2nd in a championship fight. Once again, that one will be calculated. I think it still will be Claridge's, but there'll be a calculation put on it. Billy Green comes home in 3rd, James Stafford Jr. in 4th, Stephen Doyle in 5th, Max Cooling in 6th, Cullen McMahon, Brent Kumar, Jay Murphy, Oisin O'Sullivan, Jack Craig. What an excellent fight, and we'll continue with Tillotson championship battles in a few moments' time. So now it's time for our Miami Cadets, not Tillotsons. We will continue with Tillotsons, but I don't know my running order. It is Miami Cadets, and if you want me to kindly stop talking about drop rounds or championship permutations, this is the race that you'll want to watch because it is all done and dusted. Danny Dempsey wrapped up the championship last week in White River, and Danny is stood along the wall watching beside me, so he's not out on track. Neither is Senna McLaughlin, who came second. Your winner of heat number 1 was Ethan Woods. Your winner of heat number 2 was Jack Harney. So the spoils have been split here in the Miami Cadets. Your pole position goes to a different driver altogether. It goes to Ballymena's Sophie Campbell. A week after she won the IRL plate, she's looking to win a race here in the Miami Cadets at the Motorsport Ireland Miami Cadet Championship. Hasn't won one this season. Currently sits third in the championship. Jack Harney alongside, Ethan Woods behind her, and Ollie Meredith starts in fourth as they head to the tramp tracks. Brilliant start for Harney on the outside. Going to be challenging Campbell immediately, but Sophie Campbell stays in the race lead, heading down towards the right-hander. Good start for Ollie Meredith, but he stays in fourth, not able to get ahead of Ethan Woods just yet. As Ethan Woods in third position, now Meredith down the inside. Turn 3 Motorsports, Ollie Meredith capitalises on that one, and he is up and ahead and into third position, and he'll be looking to challenging Harney. Ollie currently 9th in the championship, but Miami hasn't been his full commitment this year, although he has done all of the season, to be fair, but he was racing in Rotax as well. And here is Sophie Campbell then. Ollie Meredith now up to second. Just got past Ethan Woods as they just went out a camera shot. And look at this from Ollie Meredith. Looking for the race lead already. Already up 2 spots from fourth. Ollie Meredith, and someone has had a bit of a wobble. Ethan Woods though back up to second place. The little wobble was from Danny Murphy, who got pole in qualifying this morning. Was on pole for both of the heats, but converting it has been a problem for Danny, unfortunately. And he has just been shown a black and white flag as well, so not a great start to the second lap for Danny Murphy. Sophie Campbell still in the race lead. Jack Harney in second. Third place, Ollie Meredith. Ollie right close to Jack Harney. Just trying to keep with these top 2, potentially overdriving a little bit is Ollie Meredith. Now here is Jack Harney looking for the position on Sophie Campbell. Not able to get in front though. Campbell for DMS just remains in the race lead. Sophie Campbell, of course, raced at the Miami World Finals in 2022. Dad and Grandad heavily involved in the Formula Ford world as well in Kirkustown. So racing running through the Campbell family, but Sophie Campbell has been excellent as of recent weeks, really picking up form and driving well here today, but has a job in her hands still, unless they keep the fast flying Jack Harney behind, because here he comes down towards turn number 1 in number 623. Jack Harney is into the race lead, and don't give Ollie Meredith 2 chances to follow through as well, because he will take them. Ollie Meredith, who's been practicing his craft in the various kart tracks of the world, also on a simulator as well. He's picked up sim racing big time. His dad Nicky was telling me that Ollie and Danny Dempsey both spent probably too much time on the simulator, and there goes Ollie down the inside, and Sophie Campbell defends it. Ollie Meredith, oh, he's just been pipped by Ethan Robinson because of that. Really opportunistic from Robinson. And the two DMS teammates working together, Robinson and Campbell. And look at that, eyes forward, says Sophie. Let's continue this charge. Ethan Robinson, who's won his way through the categories. Won TKC and NIKA and Bambinos. He won an IGP in the cadets as well. There wasn't the same success this year. But nevertheless, a great racer is Ethan Robinson. One thing I always notice about Ethan Robinson is if you look at his legs positioned in the kart, they are almost at a 180 degree angle and flat, where everyone else has a natural bend in it. It just whatever suits Ethan Robinson best. It works. He's very quick. So I'm not going to be going against it. Here comes Ethan Robinson, running on the bumper of his teammate. Ollie Meredith still hungry for this one as well. Just run you through the order. It is Jack Carney, Sophie Campbell, Ethan Robinson, Ollie Meredith, Ethan Woods, Bobby Connolly, Ada O'Brien, Danny Murphy, Ben Lalu, Matej Dabija, Tucker Frayne, Nicholas Giudisus, and then Janis Dobrin, who's down the back. All still running, all still in contention. No problems in the cadets so far. Someone's engine's going to blow up in the next 2 minutes, because that's just what happens when I say these things. Danny Murphy is able to get past Ada O'Brien. Ethan Robinson looking back at Ollie Meredith just to see where the attack is going to come from. In the back of Ollie Meredith, that's Ethan Woods. No longer on the back of Ollie Meredith, now in front of Ollie Meredith, that's Ethan Woods. Winner of the first heat was Ethan. Finished 4th in heat number 2. Now currently running in 4th, ahead of Meredith and behind Robinson here in the final. A mechanical flag shown to Matej Dabija. So, you know, I suppose that's as close as I'm going to get to the commentator's curse in this one. Just as we say, everyone's running, someone's called into the pits. Still Sophie Campbell, who leads Ethan Robinson. Race leader Jack Harney, though, is off fan away with this one. Jack Harney not standing on the podium this season at all. So today is the day where we seem to be getting the outliers win. We had Ollie Keneally stand on the podium for the first time in his Tillotson career earlier on. We may have Jack Harney winning for the first time this season, standing on the podium for the first time this season. "27 seconds plus 1 lap to go," meaning it'll be one more trip round after this one. Look at Ethan Woods on the tail of Ethan Robinson. Ollie Meredith has unfortunately dropped off the face of the earth here in terms of this battle, and he's just been overtaken by Danny Murphy. So Meredith may be having a problem because he was running with these, running with the TMS. Oh! We look back at the two MS drivers, and Ethan Robinson's ahead of them both. So Ethan Robinson pulling off the barnstormer move that Sophie Campbell pulled off earlier with the double dive bomb. And Sophie Campbell has fallen down to 4th off the podium on this last lap. Ethan Robinson is leading the DMS charge. And Robinson goes for the outside on Woods. And Woods stays in front for now. Robinson still behind. This is the position Campbell was in at the end of heat number 2. Don't be surprised if she does it again. It was into not this one, but the next hairpin where Sophie Campbell sent it down the inside of the 2 and look, she goes for it again. Down the inside goes Sophie Campbell. She got one, pulled it off. Her teammate Ethan Robinson, not Ethan Woods, probably the wrong person to pull it off, Don, but Jack Harney, first win of the season in the Miami Cadets. Ethan Woods in second, Sophie Campbell in third. Ethan Robinson comes home in fourth ahead of Danny Murphy in fifth, Ollie Meredith in sixth, Bobby Connolly comes home in seventh, Ada O'Brien in eighth, and it was Ben Lalu, Tucker Frayne, Nicholas Giadisus, Yanis Dobrin, and unfortunately we lost Matteo Dabage. That was your Miami Cadets, and a huge congratulations to Jack Harney on a first win of the season and a proper strong way to end off 2025. Tillotson T4 Juniors coming up next. Now it is time for our monster Tillotson T4 Junior grid. 34 drivers involved in this one, and what a grid it is. Let's try run you through the full order then with some great difficulty, but it is Joey Carney, Eddie Summers, Billy Clancy, Ben O'Keefe, Samuel Harris, Joey Carney and Sean Donegan. Pierre Carnet, Spencer Casey, Owen McNamara, Wesley Brereton, Fionn English, Hugo Coleman, Adrian Gill, and then it is the two McMahons, Ava and Saoirse. Richard Briescu, Tiernan O'Connor, and of Ian Kendrick, and then it is Adam Lismore, Timon Kendrick, Nathan Mitchell, Zach Battersby, Emily Stafford, Jake Murray, Luke Kelly, Ava Moore, Kayla O'Sullivan, Nathan Strang, Demira Merhanoff, Darren McMahon, and it is Dominic Skrionski ahead of James King and Callum McIntyre. I think that's the first smooth one I've had of that today, but we did have a spinner in front of us, so they are going to have to regroup. It just looks silly heading up the hill. 34 carts. Imagine if this was a rental cart day. I think we would give whoever runs this club an aneurysm. But it is very mixed up. There'll be a couple in the wrong spots after the spins, but Joey Carney starts on pole, and he's looking to wrap up his championship. Won heat number 2, finished second in heat number 1, as now the T4 Juniors are underway into the first corner, and it's Eddie Summers Jr. who's trying it round the outside of Joey Carney. It's the move he needs to pull off if he wants any chance in the championship. He hasn't been able to pull it off, and Billy Clancy and Samuel Harris are driving through, and it's the big one that we've unfortunately expected all day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 carts are off in the background. We did very well to get 2 heats without a big collision, but we unfortunately have had one. Yellow flags are out, and we are under full course yellow. I'm shocked that this is not a red flag. But we do seem to have a carter injured by the looks of things. and I'm really not sure why this isn't a red flag. It is now a red flag. Okay, that took a bit too long, but it is now a red flag, and we will get some attention out onto the circuit, and engines are being cut off. So Samuel Harris and Joey Kearney on the front row. Hopefully everyone is okay. The medical team are going to attend to the driver with a problem. And we will see who we get back in the race, who is out. But most importantly, let's hope everyone is okay. There is no major injuries. The marshals were speaking to everyone and everyone is stood up and chatting. No major injuries, just a little make sure that everyone is okay. So we will have the restart of the T4 Juniors in a few moments. So medics still out on circuit. We have a grainy enough, but a brief picture of that is Hugo Coleman, who is attending to his kart. Hugo Coleman in the number 321. That's back at pit lane. We're getting just a look at it. Problem with the tyres or something after making contact. We had a few making contact. Ben O'Keefe, one of them, he was complaining about his hand on the grid, but seems to be okay and will be continuing. The medics are moving off the circuit now. Hopefully everyone is okay who was involved in that collision. But we will be restarting fairly soon, folks. So we're getting ready to go for our Tillotson T4 Juniors. And if you're wondering what is going on the grid, that is Billy Clancy's cart they're all talking around. Someone has pulled the starter cord straight off. And obviously the mechanics and Billy want to find an alternative solution. The scrutineers are trying to get him off the grid so he can get racing. Looking at now is some brilliant camera work by Sen and O'Connor from Vantage Point Video. We're even getting the cord. And now applause with rings around Kiltorcan. We're ready to go racing and Billy Clancy will be involved in it. No, this is not an episode of Father Ted. This is the Tillotson Ireland Karting Championship and we're getting ready to go. Some who are involved in the crash but will be rejoining us is Ava Moore will be rejoining us, Adam Blissmore will be rejoining us, and as will Dominic Skriomski and Zach Battersby will be rejoining us after being involved in the crash. First and foremost, we do hope everyone is okay. Now, that is the polite way of saying, get off the grid. So, it will be the original grid order of Carney, Somers, Clancy, O'Keefe, Harris, Carnes, Donegan, Carney, Casey, McNamara, Brereton, English, Coleman, Gill, Ava and Saoirse McMahon, Rescue, O'Connor, Ken Jurek, and Lismore. And no one is stuck on the grid, thankfully. There may be a few missing from that top 20. We're just not too sure who was actually involved in the incident as someone has spun round. Yellow flags are out. Drivers are being told to slow down for our race start. And this should hopefully be a good one. Highly anticipated because of the red flag. But here we go then. Carney versus Somers. Not just for the win, not just off the front row, for the championship. If disaster strikes for one of them, this could change things significantly. We're heading towards the tram lines, 8 minutes plus a lap. We've had 2 minutes docked off the race duration, which makes this even more crucial to get a good race start. Carney will have the inside, Somers on the outside, but got the better start of the two, and now we go racing here for the T4 Juniors once again. It's another great start for Eddie Somers Jr. on the outside, but it's another good start for Billy Clancy, and once again for Samuel Harris, who's looking for this on the inside. Ben O'Keefe stuck on the outside, not able to make much inroads, but it is Joey Carney who is in the race lead. Samuel Harris in third. Brilliant start for Harris. Looking to get ahead of Joey Carnes, who's involved in that as well, as is Sean Donegan in the fight. But Joey Carney and Billy Clancy first and second. Eddie Somers has fallen down a couple of positions. Eddie Somers is in third, ahead of Samuel Harris. Harris in the green race suit, just in front of Ben O'Keefe. But it is Joey Carney in the race lead, ahead of teammate Billy Clancy. Somers, Harris, Donegan, O'Keefe, Casey, Carnes, McNamara and Wesley Brereton, your top 10. Then Fionn English, Adrian Gill, Ava McMahon, Saoirse McMahon, Ian Kedgerek, ahead of Brother Timon. Joey Carney not being let to run away with this one. No, Billy Clancy is keeping with him. Billy Clancy third in the championship. One win this year. in White River. Had a podium in Kiltorcan as well though, so no slouch around the Kilkenny circuit. The top two are off and away with this one. A significant gap back to the third position. Third place that is still held by Eddie Somers Jr. Ben O'Keefe down the inside, gets past Sean Donegan. Lovely move on the brakes from O'Keefe from Carrick-on-Suir, and he gets the job done, made sure of it. Joey Kearney, your race leader, racing for OHR, a local from County Kilkenny. And winning the championship on his home race would be something else. He's doing exactly what he needs to as of now. Finished second in heat number 1, losing out to Somers, but a crucial second, and then winning heat number 2 when Eddie Somers was down in 5th. So he's extended his championship lead into heats, and he's doing an excellent job now. Once again, the OHR mysterious hand signals spring from the pit wall to their drivers. So that's Samuel Harris under pressure from Ben O'Keefe. And O'Keefe got a whack on the opening lap as well, was complaining about his hand on the red flag grid, but it is not stopping him here. Here comes Ben O'Keefe, pulls out a line and is looking to try and get in front of Samuel Harris, has to pull back into the tow. Wasn't able to get in front. Number 311 versus 320. It's Samuel Harris versus Ben O'Keefe. And O'Keefe looking to go down the inside. He'll have the outside line. Sporting the Max Verstappen helmet is Ben O'Keefe, like he has done all year. He's looking to channel some of the Monza magic that Verstappen was able to bring out today and yesterday. These T4 juniors, it's not Monza magic, it's been crazy Kiltorcan. Really has been something else to witness today. 34 T4 juniors. We had the same in White River as well, would you believe? Thankfully the two biggest tracks that we do race at. Owen McNamara and Wesley Brereton both getting past Joey Carnes. That's in the fight for 8th. Bit of a mistake for Ben O'Keefe, running that little bit wide. Has to hustle back in to get close to Samuel Harris. Now here's your race leader, Joey Kearney, leading Billy Clancy. And now they're side by side behind. O'Keefe has that inside line, but just doesn't have the straight line speed once he pulls out of the tow. Harris with a couple horsepower up, maybe, and then O'Keefe. But O'Keefe just doesn't have that pure power to get past. Owen McNamara ahead of Spencer Casey now. That's in the fight for 7th, which is only 2 spots behind these guys. This is the fight for 4th currently. Not even the final podium position. A minute and 50 plus 1 lap to go. Joey Kearney is driving home to crown himself Tillotson T4 Junior Champion. What a stellar job he is doing at that. A dream for him would be to go rallying as a career. He's rallied up the support on the pit wall from OHR anyways, all watching and waiting for one of their star boys to bring this crown home. But 1 minute and 10 seconds plus 1 lap when you're leading a karting championship is a long time. And every corner will be agonising for Joey Carney until he exits the long hairpin for the final time. Ben O'Keefe will want an unlimited amount of corners for him to try and overtake Samuel Harris in. He's just not able to find a permanent way past. Fastest lap of the race for the last time for Eddie Sommers. He's not giving up, that's one thing. Eddie Sommers is throwing everything at it. A black and white flag being handed out to 334. That's Nathan Mitchell. Ben O'Keefe just not able to find a way past just yet. Father Column stood beside us watching and waiting, hoping that Ben can make the move stick. And Zach Battersby rounds in front of us as the last lap board is shown. Battersby was involved in that first lap incident, but they got the car going again. Was able to get back out on track. Still no movement for Ben O'Keefe. This is his best chance potentially in towards the hairpin. Surely Harris is going to take the defensive line. No, he doesn't. He just stays in front. His car's difficult to overtake in. But Joey Carney is going to be rounding through the final few corners now to win himself not just the race, but win himself the Tillotson T4 Junior Championship, bar any investigations, bar any penalties. Or Joey Carney's actually made a mistake somewhere, because that's Billy Clancy who's in the race lead. So Carney really did have an agonising few laps. It's still going to be enough for the Kilkenny boy to crown himself champion in Kilkenny, but it's going to be Billy Clancy who takes the win. His engine wouldn't start on the grid. He's come home with the final crown. But Joey Carney will see himself as champion ahead of Eddie Sommers Jr. But what an effort from both of them. Samuel Harris will see home Ben O'Keefe. Then it was Sean Donegan, Wesley Brereton, Owen McNamara, Joey Cairn, Spencer Casey, Adrian Gill, Fionn English, Saoirse McMahon, Timon Kedzarek, and Ava McMahon to round out your top 15. What a turn of events for Billy Clancy. It was all panic stations on the grid when he was about to not be able to start, and he's just won the race. Welcome to the world of motorsport. In the great, or as the great Murray Walker said, anything can happen, and it usually does. It did here today in the T4s. Big congratulations Billy Clancy, massive congratulations Joey Carney, who is your champion. But we're not even remotely close to being finished here today, folks, so we have plenty more racing coming up in a few moments. Now time for our Miami X30 Juniors. T4 Juniors wasn't controversial enough. You wait until this class comes along. Calling a champion, this one we won't be able to do at the line. There is still ongoing decisions to be made based upon other circumstances. But nonetheless, the dominant force has been one of the championship favourites, Tyke Buckley. Someone's pulled off here. Someone has pulled off and won't make the start. We will be waved off, I imagine, but it is Tyke Buckley on the pole, Joel Murphy in second. Are we going to be waved off? Yes, we are. Yellow flag is flashing as the correct decision. Not too sure who's pulled off, but it's kind of right the gear on the start-finish line is kind of blocking our view of it, but we will get confirmation of it as when they start the race. That is a horror show, though, for whoever that was, unfortunately. Anyways, the grid. It is Tyke Buckley, Joel Murphy, Chad Lehman, Ben McCloughery, Jack McLaughlin, James Nolan, Adam Holmes, Ben Connolly. Then after Ben Connolly, it is Adam Holmes, Aaron Murphy, Michaela Hart is your top 10. Championship contenders in this one, Tyke Buckley and Adam Holmes. Buckley there on the inside. Holmes is mixed in amongst it on row 4. That's him also on the inside in the OHR livery, as now we're away. An immediate move to the inside for a 4th place man, Ben McCloughery, who's looking for it. But it is Tyke Buckley who's off and at the races here. Good start for Joel Murphy and Chad Lehman as well. And Lehman is now in 2nd position. Joel Murphy losing out. But it is Tyke Buckley who's off and away with this one. 9.5 minutes plus a lap to go. So they're coming round through the final corner to complete the first lap. No real challenge on Buckley just yet, but he is your race leader. It was Declan Purvis who pulled off at the start, unfortunately. Very disappointing for Declan. Tyke Buckley leads though ahead of Chad Lehman. Then it is Ben McCloughery. Then Jack McLaughlin, Ben Connolly, James Nolan, Michaela Hart, Adam Holmes, Aaron Murphy, Jamie Mulvey. Your top 10. Jamie Mulvey is up 6 positions from his race starting spot of 16th. What an excellent start for Mulvey. Eric Gilson, and good start as well, up 1. Ben Connolly, cracker, up 3 to 5th. And that was on the outside of the circuit as well, which is not easy to do. Or on the outside, sorry, heading down towards turn number 1. Big move down the inside from Holmes. Looking to make amends. Michaela Hart ahead of James Nolan now. Just got the move done, did Michaela, so she is up to 6th position. And another spot for Eric Gilson, who, unfortunately for Jamie Mulvey, his 6 spots at the start are now 5 gained. He's just been overtaken by Gilson. Down the start-finish straight, it is Tyke Buckley who leads to the tune of 0.3 of a second. Fastest lap has just gone to Jack McLaughlin in 4th. Disappointing that for James Nolan. He didn't just lose out to Michaela Hart, he's lost out to Holmes, Murphy and Gilson now. So down 4 on that lap was James Nolan in the number 720. Glance over the shoulder for Ty Buckley, seeing how close Chad Lehman is. The answer, not very. 4/10 of a second. Chad Lehman just doing everything to stay in front of Ben McCloughery now. McCloughery is closing him in. There through goes Adam Holmes. John Foley putting Charlie Gardner under a bit of pressure. Gardner in the 7.11, Foley in the 7.10. Now Joe Murphy losing a spot to John Foley on the last lap. John Murphy was really great earlier on, but hasn't been able to keep it up, unfortunately. Still single file they go. Almost equal space in between all of them. Your closest fight there is Jamie Mulvey and Charlie Gardner by the looks of things. Charlie Gardner looking to close in on Mulvey. Number 711 fighting for 11th, ironically. We're just coming up at the halfway point of this, 5 minutes in, 5 to go. That's Jack McLaughlin, hot in the heels of Ben McCloughery. That is for the final podium placing. Ben McCloughery on the podium twice this season. Jack McLaughlin on the podium twice as well. But McLaughlin is on the stronger run of podium form. He picked up 2 second places in our previous 2 rounds, one in Athboy, one in White River. Ben McCloughery, on the other hand, has not stood on the podium since the opening 2 rounds. Kiltorcan and Watergrass Hill. He finished in 2nd and 3rd. Sorry, McLaughlin picked up 2 third places, not 2 seconds, 48 points in each of those finals. McLaughlin didn't run too good in the heats there either. He picked up an 8th in heat number 1. He did get 2nd in heat number 2. It was a lot stronger. Still, seems to perform when the lights shine brightest. And Jack McLaughlin is on the tail of Ben McCloughery. Ran a little bit better through that final sector. And is slowly but surely catching Ben's brother Evan McCloughery, stepping into the karting sphere as well. Imagine to see him in the Motorsport Ireland Miami Championships and Tillotson Championships to come in future years. And jumping into some of Ben's T-Sport machinery. One of our sponsors here, of course, and a big thanks to all our sponsors that you can see on the screen. Sponsoring today's events organised by the Carrick-on-Suir Motor Club. Ty Buckley in the lead. There's a move down the inside, and finally Jack McLaughlin gets past Ben McCloughery. Big move that from McLaughlin. You don't often see overtakes in the first corner. It's usually where you set up your move for turn number 4. That's a good move nonetheless from Jack McLaughlin. He's up to 3rd, might be able to power on now and maybe overtake Chad Lehman. We'll have to wait and see. Minute and 50 to go, plus 1 lap for Tyke Buckley, who's looking to win his 5th final of the year. To win his 5th final of the year is Buckley. The only one he didn't win, or sorry, didn't win Kiltorcan earlier on in the year. That was won by Holmes, and then he was excluded in White River after kicking out a bumper. So 50 seconds to go then. Chad Lehman under a lot of pressure from McLaughlin now. Chad Lehman managing it well though. Definitely couldn't miss him. Luminous yellow cart, luminous yellow suit. And a Fernando Alonso-esque looking helmet. A literal Alonso design, but looks similar enough. They head down the main straight, 2 laps to go. Can Lehman hold off McLaughlin for 2nd place? Chad Lehman 3rd in the championship as of now. 1st and 2nd out of reach, but would like to keep 3rd. Behind him is Aaron Murphy though, who is down in 8th in this, so Lehman is going about it the right way, but McLaughlin looks fierce. He looks ready for war. Ready for the final few corners, 1 to go. There's a message just appearing on the timing screen. The race start is under investigation. That is a peculiar one, but the way this championship has gone, it's not too peculiar. Nonetheless, still great battles on our hands. Lehman is doing a stellar job here. Really excellent job by Chad Lehman to just keep Jack McLaughlin behind for the time being. Nonetheless, here comes Tyke Buckley, rounding through the final couple of corners now. And he's going to pick himself up a 5th final win of the year. Whether it's enough for the championship, we will wait and see. But Chad Lehman will come home in 2nd, Jack McLaughlin in 3rd, Ben McClottery in 4th, Ben Connolly in 5th, ahead of Michaela Hart, Adam Holmes, Aaron Murphy, Eric Gilson and Charlie Gardner, James Nolan, Jamie Mulvey, John Foley, Martin Shannon, and Zach Burke round out top 15. Tyke Buckley, pace setter all day in the Junior X30s, no doubt about that. We have 3 more races of the year, could you believe? And it is our Tillotson T4 Seniors, Senior 168s, and our Miami Seniors that are coming up. So stick with us, folks, and we have 3 great races to come. Tillotson T4 seniors, and the sun has come out for Tillotson's, and it is a championship already decided, this one, but it still should be a good race nonetheless. Aaron Coogan is your champion, and he is stood watching somewhere. I saw him earlier, but he is stood watching somewhere at the battle that will unfold. Josh Allen is on pole position, Luke Palmer alongside him. They have both won a heat today. Peter Brett is in third, and it's Luke Kavanagh, Warren Russell, Adam Perry, Robert Butler, Max O'Neill, Tyler Bruton, Elijah Mooney. Then it's Adam Butler, Niall Leahy, Dermot Toomey, Evan Darcy, Brian Wilson, Jack Mackenzie Smith, Michael Gallagher, and Ben McNulty to round out the 18. Luke Palmer winning the second heat, second in the championship. Josh Allen winning the first heat, fourth of the championship. Two very competitive racers who are looking to go to battle here, and this hopefully will be an entertaining one. We have Tillotson T4 seniors, T4 senior 168s, and then we have our Miami seniors to see us out here. But let's focus on the T4 seniors now. Josh Allen on that crucial inside line. Luke Palmer is looking for the throttle application of Allen to know when to go, and now we go racing, and Luke Palmer has been caught out here by Peter Brett, and Brett is looking for it on the inside, but not able to make the move just yet. Peter Brett under pressure himself from Warren Russell behind, and Russell looking for it on the outside, but not able to make the move. And Luke Palmer still keeping it close to Josh Allen. No swaps just yet, they all stay the same. A very clean start for the T4 seniors, no offs just yet. Luke Palmer still just keeping it hooked up behind Josh Allen. These two were definitely a class amongst the field. Warren Russell ahead of Kavanagh, Butler ahead of Perry. Your only two swaps in the top 10. Brian Wilson's had a good start. He's up 3-12. Evan Darcy, or sorry, Jack Mackenzie Smith getting ahead of Evan Darcy. As there goes Luke Palmer. There goes Luke Palmer. He's into the race lead ahead of Josh Allen. And Allen now under pressure from Peter Brett. There's contact between the two. Peter Brett is on the inside. Josh Allen has fallen down to fourth position. Peter Brett just a week after taking his first ever racing kart podium is going all out with some of the creme de la creme Tillotson T4 senior racers. But despite it only being last week when he took his first race kart podium, Peter Brett is not new to this game. He is a rental kart ace. He's down the inside, goes Warren Russell. Getting past Peter Brett, lovely move. Race start under investigation for the T4 seniors as well, for whatever reason. That's another good move by Josh Allen. To get back up. Now behind Peter Brett. And Warren Russell. Luke Palmer is off and away with this one. Just needed to make that move on Josh Allen to give him the confidence, and now he's pumping in fastest laps. As lap the last time, 53.7. Does he beat it? He beats it, but Warren Russell beats him, so the fastest lap is now 53.4. Warren Russell has also just been shown the black and white warning flag. So Luke Palmer still comfortably in the race lead ahead of Warren Russell. Luke Palmer, despite being second in the championship, has not had a sniff at a win this year. He's only been on the podium once, and that was the last time out in White River when he finished second. The only one other than Aaron Coogan to take a win this year is Tyler Brereton. He's currently in 6th in this race, but he won the second round of the season in Watergrass Hill. Luke Palmer, who will be heading to the T4 Nations Cup or towards the end of the year in Valencia. You like to go there with confidence, and confidence would be beating the entire field here to show you are the class of the best. He is heading to the T4 Nations Cup as a representative of the UKC up north, not necessarily our championship here, but he's heading, so you can't really fault that. And he actually has a chance in that T4 Nations Cup as well, if it all goes well with the Karting stuff, because he was putting it up to Noah Rosser. Noah Rosser. Oh, I'm speaking to Luke Palmer fondly. He's just been overtaken by Warren Russell, or has he? Luke Palmer defends, and Luke Palmer is in the race lead still. Warren Russell and Peter Brett right with him. What I was saying is he put it up to Noah Rosser both up north and here when Noah Rosser raced in White River. That doesn't matter now. We have a battle on our hands here in Kiltorcan. Warren Russell wants to change the narrative that was just created. Has he just waved at him down the street? That is filthy tactics from Warren Russell. I'm pretty sure the two of them were joking, but waving at him down the straight. It's actually funny that he did that, and now Peter Brett dives down the inside, but Josh Allen sells them both a dream, and Josh Allen is up to second position now. Like his fellow namesake, looking to become the MVP of this category. And Josh Allen flanks them both. Brilliant move. It's now Russell, Allen. Oh, Peter Brett out of shape. Did he brake on the gravel or something? But out of shape. It's now Russell, Allen, Brett, Palmer. What I was going to say that time is the PB Orman of Warren Russell waving down the straight. We saw the PB Orman of Harley Brereton waving down the straight earlier as well. It's gamesmanship. It's brilliant. And now we really do have a battle on our hands. A four-way fight. Warren Russell, Josh Allen, Peter Brett, Luke Palmer. 3 minutes plus a lap to go. This has been a scintillator in the Tillotson T4 Seniors. It's amazing what happens when no one is fighting for a championship. No one is taking it cautious. It is pure hammers down the inside and outside, left, right and centre. Last lap, Robert Butler had an error somewhere, down 3 positions. He's now behind Jack Mackenzie Smith in the fight for 9th. Adam Perry and Brian Wilson getting ahead of him. Warren Russell. Is he being caught? It was 0.4 of a second the last time round. Let's have a look at the gap now. It is, yep, still 0.4 of a second. So Josh Allen not closing in on him, and Peter Brett wants to take things into his own hands. Not able to get past Josh Allen just yet. Luke Palmer struggling now in this race. He's not able to keep up with the top three. He's fallen off a little bit. We'll have, will it be 2 or 3 laps to go? It's going to be 3 laps to go. There's 1 minute and 10 left. It's about 53 seconds a lap, so that'll be 3. Which is the news everyone but Warren Russell and PBR Racing want to hear, or PB Racing. Still very close between the top 3. It is only the top 3 now because Luke Palmer, you can see, is struggling. He's had engine issues in the past as Palmer. I wonder, are those old nightmares starting to haunt him once again? It's the second final lap of the race. And it is Warren Russell in the race lead. Yellow flags are out. It's Elijah Mooney who's pulled off, I think. Someone's pulled off anyways over to the left hand side of the circuit. Could be Evan Darcy. We'll see him as they're coming round now. It is Evan Darcy. So a disappointing end to the season for Darcy. 1 to go then, and it's actually closer than ever. Josh Allen fancies his chances at beating Warren Russell here. It's going to be a last lap thriller for the T4 seniors, and Josh Allen is giving it everything to try and get past Warren Russell. 1.5 tenths of a second is what separated him at the line. And look at this. Russell can't get too preoccupied defending Allen because he knows Peter Brett is there as well. But he's got to still pull up some defensive stops because Allen is going to dive him down the inside if he even gets a sniff at it. Through the final couple of corners, we have 2 big overtaking opportunities to come, and Peter Brett fancies second place. Josh Allen's not got the greatest run of all time, and is anyone going to go for the big lunge down the inside? Josh Allen is! Contact at the apex between himself and Warren Russell, and Peter Brett is involved in this as well. Who's going to win it for the final corner? Peter Brett is coming through. Josh Allen steals it at the death, or does he? Warren Russell across the line. It's Josh Allen by a hair. 0.5 tenths of a second. Josh Allen takes the win. It's a first win of the season for Josh Allen. Warren Russell comes home in second, Peter Brett in third, then Luke Palmer, Tyler Brereton, Luke Kavanagh, Jack Mackenzie Smith, Brian Wilson, Adam Perry, Robert Butler, Max O'Neill, Adam Butler, Niall Leahy, Elijah Mooney and Dermot Toomey, who comes home in 15th place. And Breed, what an end to that race. Josh Allen taking the win in the T4 Seniors. Of course, Aaron Coogan already your champion in that class. We continue with T4 Senior action. It's the 168 class coming up next. Now our Tillotson T4 Senior 168. And on the pole for this one, Colin Manelli. Alongside him, Ryan Herson with Niall Herson in third. Niall Herson ready to be crowned champion. If he isn't mathematically already, but certainly he is theoretically the champion. Scott Garvey 4th, Eddie Roach in 5th, Mark Gorman in 6th, Kyle Kavanagh starts 7th. He is the other championship contender. Thomas Croke in 8th. And then Peter McBride and Anthony Holland listed 9th and 10th on the grid, but not out there as far as I can see. So we're getting ready to go then for the final 168 race of the season. Colin Manelli, the dominant force in heat number 2, will be looking for a win here. Has 2 so far this season. He's got to be looking for another as we get ready to go racing. And I think Garvey pulled out a line fairly early there. It might be under investigation from the stewards, but nonetheless Niall Herson leads Ryan Herson. So the Hersons have swapped around already. It is the champion-elect Niall Herson who's got to try and hunt down Colin Manelli and maybe finish his championship with a win. On the inside is Niall Herson, battling his Tillotson all the way through, but not able to get on the inside of Colin Manelli. 10 minutes plus a lap once again, the remaining 2 heats. Colin Manelli certainly not driving away from the pack like he did in heat number 2. Niall Herson is going to give him all he's got as he tries to become champion. Fair play to Niall for racing today, because he probably could have taken this as a drop and still won the championship, but he didn't. He's done the right thing. He's gone out and he's winning it on the track, which is absolutely what we love to see. Well, he's winning the championship on the track. Whether he wins the race is another thing, because Colin Manelli has different plans. Lost out to Ryan Herson in heat number 1 and has vowed for that not to happen again. So your running order: Colin Manelli, Niall Herson, Ryan Herson, Scott Garvey, Eddie Roach, Mark Gorman, Kyle Kavanagh and Thomas Croke. Your top 8. Thomas Croke, a novice racer in this class, which is not something you see too often, but fair play to Thomas. So top 2 driving away now from the rest of the pack. It is Manelli and Herson. Niall Herson 3 wins this season. Colin Manelli 2. Eddie Roach 1. It was Kyle Kavanagh who came into this race with championship ambitions. Colin Manelli, I'm pretty sure, was still mathematically in it as well, but it was very difficult to do, especially when Niall Herson is in the form that he's in. Won this championship last year. Kiltorcan Cup in 2022 and 2025 as well. A proud father of Charlie, Niamh and Killian, who, as far as I can tell, are watching on. Maybe. Thought I saw a big crowd of people subsided, but turns out there wasn't. Race start is under investigation. I suspected that as it happened. It did seem like Scott Garvey pulled out very early. There's someone near the clubhouse with an air horn. I'm not sure if our cameras are picking that up, but there is a lot of support for Senior 168 racing here in Kiltorcan. Nevertheless, Colin Manelli still in the race lead with 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go, plus 1 lap. Side-by-side action. Scott Garvey, Kyle Kavanagh. And that is Kyle Kavanagh who's got ahead of Scott Garvey now. Good move by 5:07 of Kyle Kavanagh. And look, you can call me a genius afterwards. Scott Garvey, 10-second time penalty for all 4 wheels over the line at the start. It wasn't a long investigation, unfortunately for Scott. That's going to drop him pretty much to the back, as Eddie Roach has got past Mark Gorman. So that's a move on track. So Eddie Roach now up to 6th position. So a 10-second penalty for Scott Garvey, all 4 wheels over at the start. He was. I hope he doesn't appeal that one, because it would be very unsuccessful. Yeah, disappointing for Scott, who's ran well today. Picked up 3rd in heat number 2, 4th in heat number 1. He's in the battle for 4th here, but of course that 10 seconds is going to hurt him. 10 seconds is a big penalty. So 4 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Conor Manelli driving away from Niall Hurson now. Fastest lap of the race on the last lap for Hurson, 53.7. Just to compare that to Hurson, 54 flat. So still very close in terms of lap times, but Manelli just that little bit quicker, and that's all he needs to pull the gap. Pulls out of the toe, then that's a curtains bar any mistakes. But we've seen stranger things happen for race leaders here today. It has been a traumatic day in Kiltorcan. Niall Hurson has stood on the podium in all but one race this season, and that was at this very track on the 4th of May in round number 3, when it was a dismal end, dismal day really for Niall Hurson. That will definitely be utilised as a drop round, that is for sure. Battle developing for 3rd here between Ryan Hurson and Kyle Kavanagh. Kavanagh still giving it absolutely everything and looking to end the season with a podium place. There was no win this season for Kyle Kavanagh, but he does have 2 podiums. A 2nd place in Kiltorcan in that round that we were just speaking about, where Niall Hurson didn't have the best of days, and then he got a 3rd place in Kiltorcan as well in round number 1. So if he was to pick up the podium here, his only podiums this season, all 3 of them, would all be at Kiltorcan. No wins, unfortunately, but consistency has kept him in championship contention. It has been it's been a steady enough haul of points every event for Kyle Kavanagh. So 1 minute and 35 seconds to go, plus 1 lap for Colin Manelli and Niall Hurson, who will both be celebrating at the end of this race. Hurson, a great season and a job well done. Manelli, a 3rd win of the year to equal the champion. I suppose you can't really complain about that when you win the same amount of races as the champion. It would just need to be an increase in performance in the heats for Manelli, maybe. That will see him battle for it next year. Certainly with the pace Manelli is showing, there's no reason why he couldn't challenge for a championship if he's able to commit to another full season. So it'll be 2 more trips round for our race leaders as Ryan Herson is under pressure from Kyle Kavanagh now, and Kavanagh looking to make the move and get onto that podium, as we said, for the 3rd time of the season and for the 3rd time here in County Kilkenny. And that is the move for Kyle Kavanagh. He's on the inside of Ryan Herson. Herson going to try and hang it round the long way. He's done very well there as Ryan Herson. If you go around the outside and you don't end up on that outside curb, you have done a very good job. The clock has struck 0, but not sure we're on the last lap yet. I think we have one more after this. Now still battling side by side is Kyle Kavanagh, and now Scott Garvey invites himself to the fight, side by side with Ryan Garvey. Side by side with Ryan Herson. No, I've just combined 2 people again. I think that happened earlier on this season with Colin Manelli and Mickey Brennan, when they became Mickey Manelli fairly quickly. But nonetheless, there is Scott Garvey down the inside. Not able to make the move on Ryan Herson just yet. Last lap board now shown for Colin Manelli and Niall Herson. And Kyle Kavanagh is now ahead of Ryan. Yellow flags are out for Thomas Croke, I believe. A handful more corners to go for Colin Manelli and Niall Herson. 2 hairpins and the long sweeping right-hander. Colin Manelli's going to win his 3rd race of the season, but it's Niall Herson's big day as he becomes the reigning, defending Tillotson T4 Senior 168 champion. Big win, Manelli. Championship for Niall Herson, barring any investigations. Excellent performances by the pair. Colin Manelli delighted crossing the line with the win, as he should be. He drove phenomenal all day. Niall Herson 2nd, Kyle Kavanagh 3rd, Ryan Herson, Eddie Roach, Mark Gorman, Scott Garvey, and unfortunately Thomas Croke will not see the checkered flag. That is your Senior 168. Niall Herson champion, Colin Manelli takes the win. We'll have one more race coming up in our Motorsport Ireland Miami X30 Senior Championship, where things not decide well, all but mathematically decided there as well, after a disappointing Heat 2 for Sean Hogan. But we will get going with that race soon. Jack Buckley on pole position for the final race of the day, the final race of the championship, here at the Tillotson Ireland Karting Championships. Andre Dabisha starts in 2nd, Jack Dillon in 3rd, Jamie English in 4th, Jack Crockwell in 5th, Emer Carey in 6th, Martin Foley in 7th, and Shane Crosby, Luke Agnew, Sean Hogan, Shane O'Neill, Clara O'Regan, Daniel Kavanagh, Keith Burke, and Richie Faulkner. So Keith Burke's got a penalty somewhere, because he definitely didn't finish He was excluded for not having 2 tyres registered. That is a silly penalty. So Keith Burke will start near the back. We have a lot of karts near the back who are quick, so could be a good race, this one. As Jack Buckley, Jack Buckley actually not taken to the grid because he has the championship sorted. So it'll be Dabaja on the pole alongside Jamie English. As now we head down towards turn number 1, and for the final time we are away. And it is not Andre Dabaja it is Andre Dabaja in the race lead. Battling for second still continues. Jack Dillon getting ahead of Jamie English, so Dillon is in second. Jamie English in third position and looking to try and fight for this one. So Jack Buckley, as he has the championship pretty much sorted, not risking an exclusion or something like that takes his points away from him. As here we go, battling for second. It is Jamie English and Jack Dillon. Jamie English leading Dillon. So it's the other way round to what I call it, apologies. Dillon is in first or in second position, but leading this battle. So your running order: Dabaja, English, Dillon, Craughwell, Carey, Hogan, Agnew, Foley, O'Neill, Crosby. Andre Dabaja would be delighted that there's no Jack Buckley at the front of this one. He might have a chance of finally getting a win on the board. He's been close, but not close enough, unfortunately, as Andre Dabaja, but this could be the moment. 8 minutes plus a lap to go. So Sean Hogan gaining 2 spots on the last lap as well, ahead of Jack Craughwell now. Luke Agnew is ahead of Emer Carey. Luke Agnew has not had the rub of the green in today's event, unfortunately. Hopefully strong results that will make the drive home a bit cheerier. He's actually being pushed through the corner by Emer Carey. And down towards the first corner comes Luke Agnew and Carey. Carey trying everything to get past. Look at the lead. Andre Dabaja has 2.2 seconds is the gap. A major margin. Andre Dabaja absolutely flying. 12th in the championship, but as said earlier, in case you missed it, hasn't committed to the full season, so not an accurate reflection of Dabaja's pace. He is really, really quick. New fastest lap of the race for Sean Hogan in fourth. Now that's him there on the back of Jack Dillon. In towards the hairpin. And down the inside goes Sean Hogan. Lovely manoeuvre. And he is up and ahead into third place. Hogan fighting for everything. After his kart wouldn't restart on the red flag grid in heat number 2, his championship was ripped away. His championship chances were ripped away from him. But he's giving it everything out here now, and that is true sportsmanship. And what we love to see in the karting world. There is second place, Jamie English. Under some pressure now from Sean Hogan. Wonder if Sean Hogan still have a chance of a win at this one. Is it too fetched with 5.5 minutes to go plus a lap? I'm not too sure. Maybe. If he's able to dispatch Jamie English really quickly here, then anything is on the cards, I suppose. Not even tucking in. Keith Burke, working his way from the back, is up to 6th position ahead of Jacques Crockwell. He is now hunting down Luke Agnew. Here's the move. Easy as you like. I don't even think Sean Hogan, I don't even think it registered in his brain that he just made an overtake. That was very simple. That's registered in his brain. That's a mistake. He's clipped the gravel. And again, he gets away with it. Got away with that one. And up to 2nd place is Sean Hogan. Gonna try put the hammer down now. See can he catch Andre Davision. Last lap, he only caught him by a 10th, but of course there was an overtake in that as well. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. 4 minutes plus a lap to go in the final of the Miami X30 Seniors. Champion-elect Jack Buckley not out on circuit. He's catching by about a 1/10 of a second, but there's not enough laps left to keep doing that. He would need to be taking chunks of time out of him. This is a great race from Andre Davision as the race started under investigation again. Look at the slide from Hogan. He's a very satisfying car to watch. The way he just kicks it into some corners, it is proper zero steer. Look. Well, that one's definitely not zero steer, but just glides it through to Sean Hogan. There's your race leader. Gap was 2 seconds on the last lap. It is now 1.7, so that's 0.3 of a second. That's something. Sean Hogan has given it a go. And of course, the closer Hogan gets to Davision, the more Davision might start panicking. And that would, of course, give Hogan more time as well. So 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go. We're lapping in the 47s. These are the quickest carts of the day. And it is another 0.2 of a second for Sean Hogan. He's just not catching enough, unfortunately. He'd need a mistake from Davision at this point if he would like to take the race win. Final corner now, 1:14 to go. It will be 3 laps left for the Miami X30 Seniors. It's another 0.2 of a second for Sean Hogan, but if he's only doing 0.2 of a second, it would only get to about 0.8 of a second as they cross the line to complete the race, so he needs a little bit more than that. But certainly is a drive that proves he was well within champion contention if he hadn't had that issue at the start of heat number 2 when they were all stopped on the grid for a red flag. Unfortunately, he couldn't get going again. So 2 to go for Andre Davigia. He's starting to pick up the pace himself. And it would be a well-earned win if he could take it, but he was leading in White River until the last few corners when Jack Buckley pipped him. So it's not over till it's over for Andre Davigia. Last lap board going to be shown for Davigia, and that is a healthy enough gap to just bring this one home. In the Miami X30 Seniors, 1.1 seconds is the current deficit that Sean Hogan has. There's a great battle happening for third between English Dylan and Agnew. Luke Agnew has really picked up, or is really going to pick up a strong result to alter his woes. But Andre Davigia rounding for the final. Few couple of corners now. Jack Buckley is your champion in Miami X30 Seniors, as both him and Hogan will take this round as a drop. As look how close this is getting for third between English, Dylan and Agnew. But for the final corner, Andre Davigia finally wins a final. Sean Hogan second, Jamie English third, Jack Dillon in fourth, Luke Agnew in fifth, Keith Burke, great race from the back for Burke that in sixth, Jack Crockwell in seventh, Emer Carey in eighth, Martin Foley comes home in ninth, Shane O'Neill in 10th, Shane Crosby in 11th, Daniel Kavanagh in 12th, and Clara O'Regan in 13th. And that, folks, would you believe, is it. From the 23rd of March to the 7th of September, we've had 7 brilliant rounds of Motorsport Ireland karting in both Tillotson and Miami. We have had drama, controversy, brilliant races, brilliant moments, and everything else in between. But that is it for 2025. Keep an eye on all the official channels to find your official confirmed results, your champions for the classes that we could not call, race winners, and all the info about AGMs, etc, etc. For myself, Evan Dalton, it's been an absolute pleasure to be bringing you 2 races in this championship, and hopefully we'll see you again next year. Please, if you're watching on the Vantage Point video channel, make sure to subscribe for more fabulous coverage of different events while you're at it. But thank you very much, folks, for tuning in. Stay safe, stay well, and we shall see you next time. Slán go fóill.